10 o'clock, so I think we should kick off if everyone is ready. So I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into concussions and repeated head trauma in contact sports. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of all of the lands of Australia on which we meet. I'm on Wurundjeri country myself here in Melbourne. Pay respects to elders past and present, and for those in Canberra on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country. And I extend that respect to all First Nations peoples who may be joining us today and across the country. I'm Senator Janet Rice. I'm the chair of the committee, and I've got online with me Senator Slade Brockman, and I understand Senator Lydia Thorpe is about to join us. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. This first session this morning is an opportunity for the committee to hear from a member of the community about their lived experience related to concussion and head trauma in contact sports. So I now welcome Mrs. Hayley Shaw. So Mrs. Shaw, thank you for appearing before the committee today. Could I please ask you to state your name for the benefit of the Hansard transcript?
Hayley Shaw.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. And I now invite you to make a statement, and after that, the committee members may ask you some questions.
Sure. So my dad is Stephen Folkes. He was the first person to ever be diagnosed with CTE in Australia. He was a professional rugby league player. He played for the Bulldogs as well as New South Wales and Australia over a period of professionally about 15 years. He passed away 5 years ago. And after his death, he, through the autopsy process, he was diagnosed with stage 3 CTE. After that, and we were notified of that diagnosis, my brother and I developed a relationship with the Sports Brain Bank, and we made the decision to go public with that diagnosis to raise some awareness regarding CTE, seeing he was the first one. We had never heard of it. When we received his autopsy results, we had to Google what CTE meant, and it definitely made a lot of sense to us reading about it and how the last few years of his life had been. So we didn't want people to be in that same situation as us and wanted people to know it existed, know it was real, and we wanted to provide support to people. So after we went public, my brother and I were bombarded with messages, phone calls from people who were concerned about themselves or concerned about loved ones of theirs. So we have continued that relationship with the Sports Brain Bank to raise awareness where we can. We've got to know a lot of families who have gone through what we've gone through, and we just continue to try and raise awareness and just education. I think it was very obvious to us that most people don't know what it is. Even if it's happening to themselves, they're not really sure what's happening. And by us going public and talking about Dad's story, we hope we've made a difference for them. So that's our story.
Thanks, Mrs. Shaw. Can you tell us just a bit more about your father's experience in terms of, in the years before he passed away? And thank you so much for sharing the story with us today.
No problem. So Dad's main, signs and symptoms of CTE that we saw were around his loss of memory. So he would tell us the same story over and over again. He would, introduce us to people that we'd met many times. He kept a calendar of every single thing he had to do in his life because he knew that he would forget things. He showed, signs of no, I wouldn't say depression, but you know, we lost our mum 5 years before mum passed away. So, sorry, before dad passed away. So, I think we put it down a lot to grief. But in hindsight, I wonder if it was also a bit of showing a bit of signs of CTE there as well. And dad lived a fairly normal life. I wouldn't say that it heavily affected him, but I think he was battling it more than we realised. And in hindsight, there was, because we didn't have the education of what CTE was. We probably didn't recognise things that we should have at the time, and maybe got him some more support.
And how old was he when he passed away?
59,
Yeah, so quite young.
very young. Yeah.
Senator Thorpe, do you have some questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Hayley, for coming and presenting and telling your own story.
Thanks
and your
for having
journey.
me.
I only have two questions. One, firstly, how has it affected your family?
The diagnosis, you mean, or?
Well, the diagnosis and, since your dad's passing, how has it affected you? But also, what support did you receive?
Yeah, so I guess directly following the diagnosis, I had some regrets in that we didn't know, and how we could have supported dad through what he was going through. And it's been, yeah, a journey we didn't ever expect to be on, I guess. And the people we've met since then, yeah, it's definitely been difficult to relive what we went through with dad, and difficult to hear other people's stories. Some of them are just gut wrenching, and hearing those families and getting to know those families has been really hard, but also comforting in the same way that we weren't alone in what we were going through. Support. Well, the Sports Brain Bank have been incredible. Professor Michael Buckland has become a friend of my brother and I, and his support directly following it and being able to explain what was going on with dad, and what the diagnosis meant. He was definitely helped get us through there. And then since then, they've all been really supportive. And again, as I said, the other families. Support from like NRL or anything like that, we've never heard. I've never been contacted by any of them.
Not once?
No.
Okay, so do you think that they're aware?
Oh, they'd be living under a rock if they weren't. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, that's very disappointing, but thank you for providing that evidence. Do you think that there is, so in terms of no support from the professional job, what could they have done?
Oh, we don't want anything apart from, I guess, just an acknowledgement. Dad was involved in rugby league his whole life, 30 years at the top level. Look, I should clarify, we got support from them when dad passed away, but not after the diagnosis. So when he passed away, the support was actually really lovely. We got flowers and messages from lots of clubs, lots of people involved in rugby league. So I guess just that, again, after the diagnosis, I don't know if they think that we never wanted anything in terms of compensation. We certainly don't want to ruin the game. We just want, like I've said many times, it's all about awareness for us. And I think people contacting us over the years and saying how much they're struggling and they don't know where to go. And these are people who also have played professional rugby league and they just don't know what to do. And I guess yeah, we just want them to feel supported. Yeah, we don't want anything more than that.
Mm. And we've heard that loud and clear from
Yeah.
other witnesses, and it's been an incredible journey just having witnesses connect with one another and share some of the trauma that they've experienced. So thank you. I just have one more question that popped into my head from your last answer, and that is, do you think that there's an urgent need for CTE to be able to be diagnosed during the lifetime of players and not just post-mortem?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if that was able to happen, then people would feel more supported. They'd have a diagnosis, they'd have treatments, they would have answers. I think, you know, as I said, in speaking to other families, so many of their loved ones just didn't understand what was going on in their brains. And if they were able to be diagnosed, then they'd be able to have answers, and, you know, things to make a little bit more sense for them. As I said, treatments, support, definitely needs to happen.
Thanks, Hayley. There's no more questions from me. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Hayley. Thanks, Senator Thorpe. I understand Senator Brockman's got a couple of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today, Ms Shaw. I was just wondering, from your experience in terms of talking about your father's experience and raising awareness on these issues, what do you feel is the general level of awareness amongst sports participants, younger sports participants' parents? You know, I have some personal experience of discussing this on the sidelines, as it were.
Yeah.
Do you think people are thinking about these issues? Do you think they've started to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. The difference I can see, as I said, Dad passed away. It was actually 5 years ago on Monday that Dad passed away. And the difference in public perception and public knowledge about it between now and then is completely different. I have young children myself as well, so talk about on the sidelines, and it's definitely something that is talked about more. I don't think people had those concerns, you know, 5, 10, 15 years ago. My brother played as well, and it's not something that we ever discussed then. And I think, as I said, awareness among professional players, I think there's a real fear out there that wasn't there previously. When my dad played, if you got hit in the head and you got up, it was like a badge of honour. Whereas now I think players are realising that the impact that will have on their futures, and I think they're definitely more aware of, you know, what they should be doing to look after their health and their brains and their futures, definitely.
And have you, and I don't know if you've done much outside of your home state, but have you seen much difference between the codes, between different parts of Australia? Is this something you've really just focused on in terms of rugby?
Well, it's funny, in getting to know the families that I have, I've been surprised with how many, like, it's definitely more predominantly AFL families that I've got to know, which surprises me because you think that rugby league would probably have more issues with concussion and head knocks. And then obviously I think the Paul Green diagnosis in Queensland definitely made a difference up there, and he was so loved up there. So I think, I mean, I have mainly focused on rugby league because that's who I know and people who know me. But yeah, it definitely seems to be quite widespread in AFL as well.
All right. Well, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms Shaw.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Brockman. Thanks very much, Mrs Shaw, for presenting to us today. It's been really valuable evidence for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
So I now welcome representatives of the National Rugby League and Rugby Australia. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. And I think we've got it's Dr. Flahiv. Have we got Dr.
Hello.
McDonald?
Yes.
Anyway, so yes, good. So for the Hansard record, could you please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Warren McDonald. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Rugby Australia.
Thanks, Dr. McDonald.
And I'm Dr. Sharon Flahive, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer of the NRL.
Thank you, Dr. Flahive. So I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, should you like to do so, and after that I'll invite committee members to ask questions, as well as myself, who's the chair of the committee. We've got Senator Slade Brockman and Senator Lydia Thorpe, who are joining via video conference.
Thank you so much. In any order, I'm happy to start.
Go for it.
Thank you so much and good morning. I only caught the back end of that conversation with Hayley Shaw and empathise with her situation. I wasn't aware of the background, but certainly the detail of that, we'll be looking into. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which I'm dialing in from today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and extend my respect to elders both past and present. I'd also like to extend my respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are participating in the hearing today. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this consultation process and for the invitation today to participate in this hearing. As mentioned, my name is Dr. Sharon Flahive, and I'm representing the National Rugby League, the governing body for rugby league in Australia. My role at the NRL is as the Chief Medical Officer. A submission from the NRL details for you a whole-of-game response from the community to the elite level as a reference for you and in my response to you today. I'm a specialist sport and exercise physician, and I've been involved in contact sports for over 30 years, working across rugby league, rugby union and AFL, and therefore I've seen the evolution of the management of concussion. I've held the position of the NRL CMO for a period of 1 year. I'm the current chair of training at the College of Sport and Exercise Physicians and also a non-executive director of international rugby players. Repeated head trauma and concussion is a priority for the NRL. We're committed to player safety and welfare at all levels of the game and continually work to evolve and develop our practices in line with current research and medical evidence. Our commitment in providing a safe environment for players at all levels. It's highly coordinated and governed carefully. You'll note this in our submission and appendices, where there's significantly more detail for you. We prioritise the areas of prevention, detection and return to play protocols, as these are the areas integral to effectively managing risk associated with head trauma and concussion. Alongside this approach is a strong focus on education at all levels and minimum safety standards in our policies. These practices are based on the consensus statement from the 5th International Conference on Concussion in Sport, a widely recognised set of principles that helps guide the NRL with the development and implementation of these measures. The NRL also engages a medical advisory panel who regularly review all aspects of player welfare and safety, including review of all concussion policies and current peer-reviewed medical research. The NRL has implemented protocols at all levels of the sport to ensure we continue to minimise risk for our participants and keep their safety and wellbeing at the forefront. Some of these practices include reporting of concussion across all levels of the game up to the sub-elite in My Sidelines, Rugby League's online registration and competition management platform. From this follows an inability for a player across all levels of the game to be selected in a team if they've been concussed during the previous game, as they are locked out of team selection until medical clearance is received. Compulsory education, training and accreditation for all coaches, officials and on-field trainers. Education includes identifying concussion understanding steps in management, and return to play. In 2022, over 50,000 people across the community have participated in this training. Modified rules for younger participants, such as the Safe Play Code, that are aimed at minimising head injury. Tackle Ready program to ensure skill development and competence. Policies that dictate the requirement of safety personnel with a certain level of training and accreditation required at every game. If they're not present, the game does not proceed. Compulsory education on concussion and head trauma for all players participating in junior representative and all the way to the top. Annual baseline cognitive and concussion tests for all players participating in junior representative rugby league and above prior to taking the field in any trials or competition matches. The use of an injury surveillance bunker. All NRL, NRLW and sanctioned matches are reviewed live by head injury spotters and independent doctors. The ISB uses video review technology to access events frame by frame and in high definition. The use of concussion management software, an online platform across the NRL to aid clubs and NRL CMOs to manage all NRL and NRL head injuries and concussion-related incidents, including their return to play protocols. We continually work to evolve the rules of the game to prevent dangerous play and review the game with a view to prevention and safety. We have a strong research arm funding projects and initiatives aimed at improving the understanding of concussion and player safety. We're partnered in the longitudinal retired and past players' brain health study through the University of Newcastle and Sydney. We are continually looking at new technologies. We have a comprehensive program for retiring players, including access to complex neuropsychological assessment, brain MRIs, and a number of health questionnaires, and the ability for those players to have access to psychologists for a period of 5 years into retirement, and a transition framework involving past player mentoring. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that the NRL takes the matter of repeated head trauma and concussion very seriously. Player safety and wellbeing are integral to the way in which we conduct the game throughout Australia. This includes the young boy or young girl playing junior rugby league at their local community club to the retired elite player who is transitioning out of their role as an NRL player in life post-rugby league. Over 180,000 people play rugby league, both the tackle and the tag versions. And we know for the overwhelming majority of players, whether they play at a community rugby league level or an elite level, go on to enjoy happy, healthy lives, having benefited physically, socially, and emotionally from participating in rugby league and being part of a team environment. We also acknowledge and appreciate that head trauma and concussion is a serious matter and that it occurs along with other injuries. We aim for our game to evolve safely, for our policies to be guided by research aimed at prevention of head trauma, and for those that have played the game and transitioned, we support and remain committed to ongoing involvement and support. I can't give you all the answers you want and we want in this complex, concerning area, but I will say that we are working very hard to look and improve all areas of the game in prevention, detection, management, education and research, and operate with an abundance of caution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Flahive. Dr. McDonald, you have an opening statement.
Thank you and good morning, Senators. My name is Dr. Warren McDonald and I am the Chief Medical Officer of Rugby Australia. I am a specialist sport and exercise physician of over 30 years' experience in the medical aspects of elite and community sports. Rugby Australia has made a written submission for and on behalf of the game of rugby union in Australia, and with the support of our International Federation, World Rugby, and each of our member unions. On behalf of Rugby Australia, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to discuss our submission. Player safety and welfare is our sport's top priority. We recognise our game is physically demanding and injuries, including concussions and head injuries, can unfortunately occur from participating in our game. We also recognise that the science of concussion is extremely complex, contentious and evolving. We will not stand still when it comes to making our game safer, and will continue to take action to reduce the risk of concussion and head trauma across all levels of our sport. Our approach is evidence-based and centred on 5 key areas: surveillance, prevention, management, education and research. We listen to, work and collaborate with all stakeholders, including players, players' associations, medical and scientific experts, referees, coaches and members of our rugby community to ensure our knowledge and practices are world-leading. We are also in the privileged position to directly benefit from the extensive research funded or procured by World Rugby. We know that rugby changes lives for the better. Rugby improves physical and mental health and overall well-being, and improves risk factors for heart and metabolic disease. It builds leadership skills, it embodies teamwork and builds and strengthens community connections. We believe the standard of concussion education, recognition and management for players is the best it has ever been. Rugby has been actively addressing this issue globally and in Australia for many years, with the most significant developments having occurred in the last decade. At the elite level, we have a pitch side assessment process in place and have had so since 2012. The process has been refined over time to make it more objective and to improve its ability to recognise concussion. We have independent matchday doctors to run the process and to make decisions. Our graduated return to play process is designed to make return to play decisions individualised according to each player's symptoms, signs and risk profile, including their concussion history. All these processes are continually evolving in line with the latest developments in research. In our community game, our processes are conservative, and more conservative again towards children and adolescents. Our process treats confirmed concussion and suspected concussion in exactly the same way. It directs injured players into the medical system and then through a structured protocol in order to return to play. Concussion identification and management is supported through comprehensive education and training, particularly for our coaches and match referees. We are committed to using best evidence and research to keep improving the safety of our sport and, as a global sport, continuing to be progressive in this area. Rugby Australia has provided a detailed submission which outlines our approach to concussion and the extensive work we are doing, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have in relation to our submission during today's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr McDonald. I'm going to now throw to Senator Anne Ruston, who's joining us via teleconference. We've got limited time, so over to you, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr Harvey and Mr McDonald. And can I just acknowledge particularly Rugby Australia's very extensive submission that you've provided to us, which answers so many questions, and also to both of you for the commitment that you've made to this particular area of sports development. But many of the questions that I think we probably want to know about, you've answered by your submission and by your presentations. But what I was keen to understand is, since you've made, put into place these quite significant frameworks around education and support for players around the risks associated with head injury, have you seen a significant change in the number of head injuries and concussions that you've been seeing on the field?
I'm sorry, Senator Ruston, was that to me? I apologise.
Well, I'm keen from both of you. Just assume every question's to both of you, or if one of you wants to take it on behalf of the pair of you, happy to let you decide who wants to respond.
Certainly. Listen, I'm happy to jump in there and talk about the incidence of concussion that we've seen in our sport, particularly at the elite level. Certainly we have evidence going back to the early 2000s and particularly around Rugby World Cups that we had a certain incidence that was recorded at that time. But significant changes were made in 2011 at the Rugby World Cup, and this was a graduated process, and the first change was increasing awareness and education around the management of concussion, and also changing the established process at that time around a mandatory stand-down period to allow for a 6-stage process to be undertaken around the management of concussion. And the immediate response to that was that we saw a doubling of the recorded incidence of concussion. And we believe that that is because people better understood what they were dealing with. There was a clearer definition and a clearer process around what they needed to do. And what we've seen since that time, Senator, has been a further increase in the incidence recorded of concussion around following a lowering of the threshold for what we define as concussion. So rugby has a very structured definition that has been in place for several years. And as I say, the threshold for the diagnosis of concussion has lowered at the elite level, and we saw an increase again in the incidents recorded, and that's expected. You know, as we are improving the systems, as we are improving the education, improving the awareness, we actually find that that's a very positive thing. Over the last few years, the rates have somewhat stabilised, and I think we are now getting a much clearer picture of the rate of concussion in our elite game.
Yes. So just on that, in terms of managing a player who is concussed, I mean, do you have a sort of like a defined framework in which you work with them to return to the game, if that's the choice that they want to take? And then what do you do in the sort of the longer term after somebody has received a concussion, they want to play the game again and they've been managed back into the game? What's the process? Have you got a framework around what you do for best practice for a player that has already been concussed?
Absolutely, Senator. There's a very structured process. So the process starts with the initial identification and assessment of that player, which in our sport is a 3-step process over approximately 48 hours following a suspicious head injury. But following that, they go through a very structured process which emphasises the recovery of the person and that the return to play is a secondary issue. The most important thing is achieving appropriate treatment and allowing their signs and symptoms to settle. Following, if they are successful, obviously, and the vast majority of people are successful at returning to play in the weeks following a concussion, they are closely monitored by their team doctor and by ongoing process throughout the remainder of that season and ongoing from there.
Yeah. So back to like when players first start playing, obviously you've got a different framework you've put around the juniors, which I noticed in your submission was quite clear what happened at certain age groups. But in terms of you're talking about adult players, are they warned about the inherent risks of a full contact sport before playing? I mean, do your players understand the potential risk that's associated with playing the game?
So concussion education is a mandatory part of our head injury assessment process. So the head injury assessment process that we utilise in the elite game is actually defined and we seek permission to use it from our international governing body, being World Rugby. To do so, we must meet certain criteria, which includes education of the players. So that happens on an annual basis. This year, World Rugby has provided an active player welfare video that all players must watch, which outlines not only the risk of concussion in the short term, but also in the longer term as well. So that is certainly part of our ongoing education to players, that this is what the potential is for the future.
And I'm assuming that that's there is a similar thing in place for a player that actually has been concussed, for them to understand the additional risk that may be associated with the fact that they've already been concussed and continuing to play?
Oh, absolutely, Senator. There's two aspects to that. It's both the short-term risks of returning too quickly, and we are very stringent around the criteria that a player must meet, so that we are convinced that they have recovered and are able to return. And then, as part of that discussion, what about the longer term? So.
Yeah, sure. So, because you're an internationally affiliated world game, are there any challenges around implementing some of these things in Australia, around the context of expectations in Australia around safety in the game, and having to comply with the international standards that your international bodies set, or are they equally as sort of determined around putting in these frameworks to support safety of players?
I think the beauty of, I think we're in a better position because we are affiliated in it, and you are going to receive it. Our sport, particularly at the elite level, depends on international competition, whether that be in the Pacific, whether that be across the world. And I have confidence that the processes that have been put in place around the world through World Rugby, and that we are part of, ensures that players receive exactly the same management here in Australia as they do if they are travelling overseas. I am well aware of the education that goes into both the players, the coaches, but also the medical staff that look after and make decisions on these players. So it's a constant process that's, as I said, similar all around the world, and I think that's a good thing.
Yep. So just finally, do you have or to see any challenges in the implementation of these concussion rules in Australia? I mean, is there any resistance, sort of inability, challenges in the actual implementation of them?
Senator, I've actually seen a significant shift in culture over the years, to be honest with you, and I think it's been a very positive shift where people, as I think Dr. Flahav mentioned a few minutes ago, people are actually much more responsive and willing to and understand that this is a serious injury that needs to be treated seriously. One of the great challenges that I see in our community game in particular is that we have very strict stand-down periods for our rugby athletes, so that if they are injured in a game of rugby, the process actually keeps them out of the being selected for minimum stand-down periods, which are more conservative for children and adolescents. The problem is that information is rugby specific, and that that a player potentially could go and play another sport, or could go and play school sport. And likewise, we don't necessarily have information about players that come to our sport and their recent history. So the challenge I would like us to overcome at some stage is having a consistent process whereby, particularly in the child and adolescent game, but across the board, we have some way of recording concussions and therefore achieving consistency in the way things are managed across Australia.
So are there any other improvements that you'd be recommending in addition to that?
The obvious one is a consistent definition of concussion. As I said, we have a very stringent operational definition within rugby, and that's a consistent process around the world. I'd like to see that definition, to be honest with you, utilised in all sports, because I think it's a very effective and a good definition that we can utilise.
Look, thank you very much, and I wish you both all the best in managing the excitement of an intrinsically risk-associated full contact sport, and making sure that we keep our players safe. So thank you very much for your time today to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McDonald. I'll now pass the questions over to Senator Thorpe, and noticing that I'm also passing the chairing over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Smith. So, Senator Thorpe, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your time this morning. Dr. Flahev and Dr. McDonald, I'm not sure who can answer this. Dr. Flahev actually. Why do rest periods in the NRL after concussion with 11 days differ from the AFL, which has 12 days?
Thank you, Senator. I'm sure through the period of this Senate inquiry, you've been made aware that where the testing is at the moment, we use a clinical and a staged process to return a player to play, and that there's no hard science on the day or the time when that player is ready. So we operate around a framework that is defined more by the desire to stand a player down for a week. And there is a component of that may relate to the competition structure, but the time frame of 12 days has been questioned, as has the time frame of 11 days, but the aim is to stand a player down the following week. So you can understand in rugby league, they have games from a Thursday through to a Sunday, and it's a similar framework within the AFL.
So could you provide some detail on how that decision is informed in terms of what science are you basing that on?
The science of, you mean standing a player down for a week?
Yes, compared to what is what we've heard from other witnesses should be much longer. We're hearing from other experts, independent experts, that it's not a long enough period for rest to the brain. So where do you get your science from to base your information on only a week's rest?
I mean, in a complex medical situation like this, Senator, involving multiple medical experts, there are differing opinions. There is no known hard science, as it is known at the moment, that allows us to make the decision from a testing perspective, and this is why we look into new technologies to decide when a player is ready to take the field again. So at this stage, we follow the 5th International Consensus Statement, which will become the 6th International Consensus Statement. And our understanding at this stage is they will continue to look at a graded return to play following all stages, as Dr. McDonald just mentioned to you, all stages which involve a progression of exercise and monitoring of symptoms as the player returns. And with the current environment as it is, a number of the government bodies have moved towards a stand down of 1 week, generally 11 or 12 days, as opposed to a longer period. If a player has any symptoms or is unable to pass those tests, and those tests become more and more complex as they move through the graded return, then that player is not returned to play. And as we know it at the moment, we don't know if a certain type of concussion is more at risk to a player than another. But what we do know is that if we manage the player on the tests that we use, along with comparing these tests to their baselines, and also, and this is where we like the awareness of the public to be much greater, is that the players report the symptoms, then we are comfortable in returning them to play.
Thank you.
Sorry, and saying that the 3 weeks or the 4 weeks as an estimation is as scientific as the standing down 1 week.
Thank you.
Senator, may I make a comment there, please, if that's
Sure.
okay? So, I think the stand-down periods you're referring to are minimum stand-down periods, and that's always to be kept in mind. Each player must be managed both, independently and have an individualised process of rehabilitation. But as I mentioned in my earlier statement, I think there's evidence from our game when we previously had a 3-week minimum stand-down or mandatory stand-down period going back many years, that actually potentially led players not to report their symptoms. And we've got evidence that once that changed, players did come forward. And to me, that's a far better situation than people avoiding the issue.
Thank you.
Senator Dr McDonald brings up a very interesting and valuable point there around the reporting. There is research in rugby league that 18% of players back in 2018 were not reporting symptoms of concussion, and in rugby union that number is been up to as high as 39%. So we do obviously improve the education in this area because we want to encourage the reporting of the players. So if we can enhance that side of the game, that would be very beneficial to the management of concussion.
Thank you. And I think there's people doing some work around that, certainly people that have come before this inquiry. My next question is, the NRL advocates an 11-day mandatory stand down after concussion unless cleared by a medical practitioner. Is there a chance that the brain is not recovered despite the resolution of symptoms?
So just on that, it's I'll restate that the medical practitioner is actually stated as an independent concussion expert. So these second opinions are provided by people outside the club and independent of the club, so that the player gets the opportunity to have a consultation without seeming, people could imagine, pressure from within the club or the player themselves. So we create a safe place for that player in that examination. The other thing I think we need to note is that not all concussions are the same. And the most important part in this is that if that player has a history of a concussion within the last 3 months, or a number of concussions in their career, or a concussion that has prolonged symptoms following it, or any complex concussion history, then that concussion is viewed very differently in regards their return to play. So the window closes down, and we take more and more conservative management when it comes to what are called complex concussions.
Thank you. Are NRL club doctors well skilled in detecting and managing patients with long-term neurological symptoms from concussion or those with possible CTE?
The team doctors, Senator, do you mean?
Yes.
So all our team CMOs undergo an education process on a yearly basis and have an accreditation involving a concussion elite module. I would say in that situation, however, as medical people, we have a very low threshold to engaging other experts. So in that situation, I think they would be looking at involving a team of experts rather than relying on just themselves for that management, if that was the situation.
Thank you. Could you please, what do you understand by the term independent doctor? And are players regularly referred to an independent neurologist?
Yes, they are regularly referred to an independent doctor as the CMO, neurologist. As the CMO, I receive those notifications from the team CMOs, and I would comfortably say 80% of them are, in fact, 90% of them are neurologists.
Thank you. I'm happy to pass on if anyone else. I've got heaps of questions I can go.
Keep going, Senator. We've still
Okay.
got plenty of time.
All right, thank you. So thank you for bearing with me and all these questions. Do you recognise the causal relationship between concussion and CTE?
CTE in its form as the neuropathological diagnosis made post-mortem, Senator, there is an association with repeated head trauma. We don't know how strong this association is, and we don't know what type of head trauma this involves, whether it is a certain type of concussion or whether it is a dose effect. The medical evidence is not clear. We also don't know, in regards that diagnosis of CTE, who is susceptible, what part other modifying factors take, and what the prevalence is. But, we do accept that there is an association, and therefore that is why, we firstly, we operate with as much caution as we can. We put as much education in place as possible, like speaking before about getting players to report. We need our players. We can't manage them if they don't report these injuries. Putting in place education across the game so that, everyone, even, the parents on the sideline, are responsible for identifying and managing and seeing the seriousness of this condition.
Great. On that note, how about the many ex-rugby players who, who've lost their life and lost their livelihoods? What improvements can be made to ensure longer-term monitoring of players, in particular those retired players who we've heard from families, who've had no support from the leagues, who basically, wash their hands of these incredibly professional players and left the family suffering. So what improvements can you make about that, and what are you going to do about those ex-players? Is there an acknowledgement to them at all?
Senator, one case of CTE is too many, and it is upsetting to hear that. There is an organisation called Men in League, which is open to ex-players. As stated in my opening, we do have a transition program with mentors continually reaching out to players as they retire. We also have this longitudinal study by Professor Andrew Gardner, and he is continuing to do testing and support on now. He's up to 184 retired rugby league players. Every rugby league player, as they transition out of the game, has the opportunity to be involved in that study, which, I understand that retired players are concerned, and if you have the opportunity to read Professor Gardner's work, which is included in our submission, you will see that there are many players who have, they actually, through the testing, they get a lot of comfort from the fact that they find their tests are actually normal, because, anyone who's played a contact sport starts to get worried that they may have some form of cognitive decline. And so this is a big support, including brain MRIs and an overall health questionnaire where, things like players, we know other injuries occur, so we know that they may come away from the game, with an injury to their knee or chronic pain that relates to other injuries. And we also know that deficit in sleep and pain is also, related to this bigger picture of the symptoms that you may have heard.
Absolutely. And what we're hearing is that, sorry, Doctor.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut across. I was just going to give you some perspective on what World Rugby or Rugby Australia is doing as well. So in rugby union, World Rugby is establishing a brain health service for retired players. So it's well down the track of establishing that service. It's as outlined in our submission. Rugby Australia is very keen to be involved in that because we want to know, what is the brain health of our past players like? These are crucial questions, and I know there are a lot of concerned players and families as much as anything out there that know that players have had some head trauma during their career. What does that mean down the track? So we are well down that process, and we're very keen to be the first country to roll that out later this year.
Great. So has the NRL reached out to any past players who might have CTE or any of the families that are dealing with the grief to provide any support, any resources? We've heard from witnesses who can't even afford to go to the neurologist because the rugby league or whatever code has basically just dropped the ball on that family and that player who's still experiencing head trauma and the effects of that. What does rugby do to follow up past players who've experienced this? And what supports do you provide them?
So we do continue, all the players are on a database, so you can imagine we have that ongoing contact with them, and we can continue to reach out. And we need to reach out, longer than I stated the 5 years, and we do reach out for longer than that period of time. Often in the early stages, players are not as interested, and so that's the reason why we need to continue reaching out to players through, family of league, through the past player transition mentors. And we also do get contact from some families through our website here, and through that we look to reach out to these players and support.
Would that include medical expenses for the damages that they received during their employment with the code?
I'll take that on notice, Senator and Fards. I'm not sure how far that reaches out, but I'd be comfortable if I need to return to you on that topic. I can come back to you. Another point to be made is that all the clubs themselves have continuing past player networks. So if it's not through the Rugby League Players Association, it'll be through the actual clubs themselves and their past player networks, and then through the NRL.
Senator Thorpe, Senator Brockman just has one question. Are you happy? I just might pass to him and then I'll come back to you with the remaining time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Just to either witness, do we know anything, or are we getting any closer to knowing, I guess, the level of background incidents of these kinds of brain injuries versus the incidents directly related to sporting activity? I mean, obviously this is very hard to quantify because these things only necessarily get diagnosed, or some of them only get diagnosed after death. But is any jurisdiction, is any code, is any nation starting to get a handle on incidence rates?
So thanks for the question, Senator. I think we've got a good handle on the incidence at the elite level of concussion per se, but if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about the incidence of head impact events. And this is something that is evolving right in front of us right now. So there's been a lot of work done in the last couple of years in rugby using instrumented mouthguards in particular to determine the amount of impact that players go through during a training and playing environment. We are still in the very earliest stages of understanding that data, but that work is expanding quite rapidly around the world.
That would be focused on elite sport, or is that stretching down into community sport?
Right now, the focus is in the elite end of the game, but you know there's certainly opportunity to extend to the community game without any trouble.
And in terms of international experience, is there anyone who's got a better handle on the numbers than Australia?
The work in rugby, there's been some work done in the Northern Hemisphere that hasn't been published as yet. Again, just the differing seasons coming off the Northern Hemisphere season as we head into our Southern Hemisphere seasons. There is some background data there, but I don't have that at this particular point in time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, in regards the rate of concussion, our My Sidelines, which basically we have details from all players as they register for the game of rugby league, and therefore any concussions they receive playing, that will give us longitudinal data. Again, Dr.
So when did you start collecting that, sorry?
2 years ago.
Okay, so that's going to take a fair amount of time before we get...
Exactly. And the same with we have a strong interest in the instrumented mouthguards in rugby league in the UK. They've started doing the same, which is collecting that data, because we don't know whether it's a linear acceleration that results in a concussion or a rotational, and of which of those which are significant. So once we get that data, we can look at what parts of the game perhaps need to change or evolve the rules.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Sorry, Senator Brockman, I apologise. I had one little addition to my answer to you, if that's okay. The information we had, which is not directly head impacts as you've defined, but it is around recording of concussion or suspected concussion at the community level in Australia. We have a centralised database of people who are recorded to have that. And we use that centralised database to both mandate the stand-down periods for those people, but it also gives us interesting data to look at the number and the incidence of concussions that are being recorded within our community game. So right now we're in the process of analysing the first 5 years of data, and we wish to present a peer-reviewed paper on that in the near future. But
Sorry, Chair. Answers always develop new questions. So is that just for a particular code, or is that...
That is rugby union, Senator Brockman.
Union?
Yep.
And I guess then you'd also need, though, to get a clear picture of everything that's going on, how many concussions happen outside sports. Yeah, okay. That's probably more of a comment, but thank you, Chair.
Senator, can I just...
Yes, sure, Dr. Flav.
I was just going to say a couple of points there. In Queensland, we have a study where we've been able to start communicating with the schools, because there is this, exactly as you bring up, the concern that a concussion could occur at school, but the club is not aware of this concussion. So this year we've been able to start a link between the information going into My Sidelines from a school as well as a club, which means that if they get locked out having received a concussion at school, the club's going to be notified of that through the database system. And just on the instrumented mouthguards, there is a move towards making those almost like the boil and bite, so that would have the opportunity in the future for that to filter down to a community level. And I do believe there's a trial occurring in New Zealand with that type of instrumented mouthguard. And just for your benefit, Senator, if you indulge me for one more second, in regards where all those concussions occur, a child by the age of 12, 1 in 5 of them will have had a concussion, yet less than 25% of those concussions actually occur in contact sport. They occur on the monkey bars or falling off a bike or off a skateboard. So, you know, that is an issue that, you know, we don't have vision over all those other concussions.
Thank you, Dr. Flahove. Senator Thorpe, you can take us up for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. How long have you both known about concussion in sport?
For our careers, Senator. And we've
How long has
we've definitely seen a difference in the management. You heard Hayley speaking just before we started around the management 30 years ago, which was when both Dr. McDonald and I started, where players remained on the field, didn't leave the field with a concussion and would play every week. In fact, you know, myself, I have met players who never left the field and did sustain concussions. That is a rare occurrence these days. And so, you know, what we're seeing now, Senator, we don't know what we're going to see in 30 years when we're going to be hopefully have the advantage of the conservative management that has been put in place over the last 10 years.
We heard evidence last week that concussion in sport has actually been around since the 60s, and there's evidence of that conversation happening in the 60s. So we've certainly taken a long time to get to this point, and that's been, you know, it's been enlightening to see how much inaction has actually occurred, and I'm grateful that you're here today. You have announced a $62.9 million profit in the 2022 season. With this amount of profit, and given that you are supposedly a not-for-profit, how come you do not support players' long-term recovery after concussions or work cover like cover for players?
I did take on notice where we're at with compensation or that support for players, but we invest significant amount of money into our retired players' longitudinal study, and it would be out of that study that we would get exposure to any players that we need to support in the latter parts of their life. And we also financially support the family of league, and if there are cases there where families are requiring support, that comes from the NRL.
Thank you. And just my final question for Dr. Flahove. We've heard testimony that Sporting Association funded research seems unwilling to provide medical records to players or engage in truly transparent research practices. Why is this?
I apologise, but I'm not aware that is the case. Are you able to give me any more detail on that, Senator?
We've heard from other witnesses. Sorry, my dog's going to have a moment. We have heard from witnesses that, sorry, I'm going to pass on the question because I just need to deal with my dog.
All right, I'm not sure if we'll get Senator Thorpe back, but we've got 6 minutes left. I joined a little bit late, so I'm sorry if you answered this question, but I was just interested. Hello, Senator Thorpe, you're back. I'm just going to ask a quick one, and then you can come back. In terms of how you work with other codes and associations overseas, the sharing of information and research, can you just touch on that for me? I mean, obviously this isn't an issue just happening in Australia, so how do you connect and share information and support?
So I can jump in there if you like, Senator. As part of World Rugby, we contribute data, anonymised data. Obviously, we need to be aware of privacy and confidentiality issues. We provide anonymised data to World Rugby on an annual basis around the incidence of concussion that we're seeing, and all injuries for that matter, so that they can provide a worldwide report on the incidence of concussion and others. So that's our main focus, if you like. In terms of sharing data with other organisations, there's certainly collaboration that goes on, but we don't specifically share within the country.
But with universities and researchers?
Oh, sorry, within universities, absolutely. We certainly, we work with independent universities, and I guess to Senator Thorpe's previous question, we are keen to partner with universities to give that level of independence around any assessment of any aspect of concussion as we are moving forward.
Okay.
I'll just jump in there as well. Senator, thank you. We have the opportunity to collaborate and share with Rugby League in the UK, where they've started it's a combo study, but also it has instrumented mouthguards involved. So it's a quite nice piece where you've got, basically the other side of the world, same game, but, whether we're sharing the similar circumstances or whether we'll find different things.
Senator Thorpe, we've got time for... Oh, sorry.
Across codes, there is a lot of sharing in regards CMOs across Australia, and then even with an international collision sports group occurring with collaboration with America and Europe.
Apologies. I think we seem to have a short delay, which is leading to a lot of us talking over each other accidentally. So we won't read into that at all. Senator Thorpe and friend, did you have one more question to finish us up with, or did you want to? We've got our next.
Yes, I did. Thank you, and my apologies. So just on that last question, look, we just heard about that in the previous hearing. I understand you're not aware, so I'll let that question go and maybe put that on notice to you and provide more context to that. But I do have just a couple of questions for Rugby Union, Rugby Australia. In your medical opinion, are there any substantive differences between the tackling football codes in terms of concussion risk, and is changing the tackling technique in these codes likely to reduce concussion and sub-concussion rates overall?
So in our sport, head contact has always been illegal in our sport, but we recognise that it does happen incidentally or accidentally in some circumstances. There has been a reduction in the tackle height within rugby over several years, and even as we speak, Senator, it's being reviewed again in terms of the height at which one should tackle. We recognise that the greatest risk in our game is in the tackle situation, and the greatest risk is to the tackler, the person undertaking the tackle. So the current demarcation is around the armpit. There's a move to reduce the tackle down to around the sternum region, and the concept there is to take the tackler's head in particular away from another player's head or their shoulder and end up with an untoward incident. That's where our sport is going, and I believe it will be safer for doing so. You may be aware that there's been some trials of reducing the tackle height in our sport down to the waist level or below. Again, it's uncertain as to when and how that will be. It's currently under investigation, if you like, at the moment.
Right.
And again, sorry, yes, just to emphasise the point there, we are looking for evidence that this does make a difference, and we want to see those changes in concussion rates when we do change these things.
Thank you. Can I squeeze one more in?
We've got 1 minute, so quick question, quick answer.
Okay. real quick, and then I'll put the rest on notice.
Great.
What is the approach of Rugby Australia in terms of limiting training-related head injury?
So are you referring to the guidelines around CAD tackle or full contact training? That's certainly a recommendation that's come from World Rugby, and that's something that we take seriously. So.
We don't have much time for our next witnesses, so I'm keen to just stick to the schedule. I'd like to thank you both for presenting to us today and for your evidence and your participation in this inquiry. It's much appreciated, but you're welcome to log off or depart the table now.
Thank
you. I would now like to welcome representatives of Football Australia. I believe these representatives are joining us via video conference. Yes, hello. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Good morning. My name is Mark Falvo. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Football Australia.
Good morning. I'm Rob Duffield. I head up Research and Development for Football Australia.
Excellent. Now, we are encouraging witnesses to table any lengthy opening statements, but if you'd like to start with some opening remarks to kick off our conversation, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you. I think, if I may, I'd like to start by saying first and foremost that Football Australia takes the issue of concussion and head trauma very seriously. It's something that we've been doing quite a lot of work on for some time now. We have an expert panel that's been doing an important body of work over the past 18 months that is down some recommendations, or rather has passed on some recommendations that are currently under consideration. I think from our perspective, we're fortunate to some extent that the incidence of concussion and head trauma is less frequent in our game by virtue of the nature of the contact in the sport. There is a lower reporting of concussion that occurs in notwithstanding that, we've taken active steps for some time now, dating back as far as 15 years to modify the format of the game, principally through the introduction of small-sided football for participants of the age of under 6 through to under 12. This reduces the space in which the game is played, reduces the number of players that are involved, and as a result reduces the incidence of contact with the ball, both from a heading perspective and also heavy impact from a body-to-body point of view. This is important because obviously as Australia's largest participation sport, there are literally tens of thousands of young children that play our game each and every weekend, and they're playing the game in this format. So this is an important risk mitigation measure that has been taken for some time. Not only does it improve the technical development of the player by keeping the ball on the ground and forcing close in contact with the foot to develop good technique, it also reduces obviously the occurrence of the ball being in the air and therefore reduces the potential for head-to-head contact and head-to-ball contact to occur. As part of that format, there's also rule modifications that occur at the younger ages, for example, kick-ins rather than throw-ins, and also the lofting of the ball by the goalkeeper isn't permitted at that early age level. Rather, the ball has to be rolled out or passed out along the ground again, meeting both those targets of improving playing technique as well as reducing the potential for head impact. I think it's important to note also that in the case of our code, heading is one area that has received quite a significant amount of attention and focus from a research standpoint. That reporting of concussion, obviously, that takes into account, that low reporting of concussion takes into account also the practice of heading the ball as well. So they're my opening remarks.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe, I was going to pass the call to you first, and then I've got a couple of questions after you.
Thank you very much. My video's back on. Thank you very much for your opening statement, and thanks for appearing today. My first question is, most recent large-scale study from Scotland showed a 3 to 5 times higher risk of neurodegenerative disease, such as Parkinson's, dementia, of those who have experienced repeated head trauma, such as through heading towards those who have not. We know this is not a problem isolated to Scotland. We don't have exact data on this in Australia yet, but how will Football Australia respond to this science?
Thank you, Senator. So I think that there are a number of steps already in place, and also steps that we're considering putting into place to mitigate the risk of CTE occurring in our sport. As I mentioned earlier, already those modifications to the format of the game in the early years are an important step that we take. The expert panel has also, or the expert working group has also made recommendations around providing further guidance as to good technique around the heading of the ball, and what guidelines can be provided to strengthen what support is given to coaches, for example, in terms of the establishment of the right kind of training environment. Already the curriculum, the Football Australia football curriculum, references that heading of the ball should occur with a deflated ball, a lighter ball, a smaller sized ball. But we intend to issue more specific guidance around training, different forms of training technique that may not involve the ball to begin with, as an example. In addition to that, there is further advice that we're developing at the moment that is intended to be sort of preventative, exercise to strengthen neck muscles and the like, that would also support to mitigate the risk of that kind of impact. And finally, I think the final strand is also to improve the level of education and awareness that around this particular case. At a professional level, there's obviously a whole lot of focus on this in terms of international football by FIFA, in professional football, in all the professional leagues all around the world. We have strong injury surveillance systems that are in place at that level of the game. When we come down to community level football, where there are 2,500 grassroots clubs all around the country administered by wonderful volunteers, it's really important that we provide them as much support as we possibly can. One particular measure that we recently put in place, just launched in fact in partnership with the Sports Commission, is the Game Changer Club Development Tool, which is an online platform that is used to disseminate information and guidance to that network of clubs all around the country. So that's one mechanism that we can reach all of our clubs to further educate. But I think that's also an area where there's the potential for further support from government in the creation of those materials and the dissemination of that information throughout the community.
Totally agree. I got my son into soccer because AFL was too rough, and here I am learning about the effects of soccer. My son's 32 now, so there's so much information that needs to get out there because parents, need to make informed decisions as well. So my next question is, Are there any supports available to players impacted by repeated head trauma or concussions?
Can I talk to that?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. It's an important one. The main resources that are available are those provided through AIS and Australian Sports Commission that we align with in terms of our policies and then also the resources that they link to. So they're the main mechanisms and resources for players impacted to reach out to.
And is that in a coordinated way where players can actually access that through your code, or do they have to find that themselves?
Yeah, the links to resources provided by Australian Sports Commission and AIS are also under our website on concussion. So the links through are available to anyone who is finding that information from Football Australia websites.
Thank you. Do you think that there is a connection between repeated head trauma and CTE?
I think that there is certainly some research that links repeat head trauma to CTE. So that's partly, that's principally the reason why we take this issue very seriously and have been doing the work that we've been doing for some time now. I think the key distinction in our case is that the main contact with the head that occurs in our game is with the ball. Obviously, there are instances of contact with an elbow or another head that happen quite seldom, but at that point, often the contact is quite obvious, and steps are taken at that moment in the game to remove a player from the field of play. But a lot of the work that's gone on is to understand what impact the heading of the ball may have, and certainly the data to date suggests that the frequency of heading that occurs is very low, particularly at a youth level, and the impact at which the ball hits the head, for example, would not reach the levels that would be classified as head trauma. But nonetheless, we take this very seriously and have been taking this precautionary approach through all those measures that I outlined earlier.
Thank you. So what is Football Australia doing to support or undertake research in this space? And what are the findings, if so?
I might pass that one on to my colleague Rob, but I might say just to begin with, I mean, the establishment of this expert working group is one very important step that has been taken. That's a group that comprises a number of medical experts from a number of different disciplines, medical practitioners, physicians, neuropsychologists, physiotherapists. That's a group that has been doing quite a lot of work, which I'll talk to. At the same time, there's a working group that we've established to focus more on the community level aspect of concussion, which is more focused on the development of policy, the revision of policy around concussion that's more applicable, relevant to the grassroots form of the game.
Yes, thanks, Mark, and thanks for the question. And as Mark the seriousness it takes, it results in the establishment of a working group. That working group had an initial remit looking at the role of heading in concussion and in particularly a sub-remit around youth football. That working group quickly came to the perspective that it probably needed to have a wider landscape around heading and concussion, and so it undertook a fairly systematic review of all available research evidence and collated some outcomes from that. And the second outcome from that working group was a separate document with all studies that highlight different strategies to mitigate any potential risk of heading in football, with a particular focus on youth football. There were 2 key outcomes, and from that there's a list of potential suggestions and thoughts for Australia to pursue. That came some other strategies where there's draft working groups around preparing players for heading and safety mitigation programs that could be rolled out. They're all in draft form, but they're developing on the back of that substantial body of evidence that we created. And then there's a separate, as again Mark alluded to, a separate working group with a similar population, but a few different members, looking at current landscapes of community concussion policies, knowing that several international and domestic bodies are reviewing theirs. The landscape of that and the formation of an up-to-date or further updated community concussion policies is underway.
Thank you. My final question is, should there be a non-heading of the football until a certain age, given that some other countries have put an age of 16 onto and still have some of the top teams in the world? So, sorry, age of 16 for heading. What would be your recommended age, and what do you think about that ruling?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I mean, I think different football associations have begun to respond to this risk in different ways, and you're right, there are a few that have elected to ban the heading of the ball outright. Our approach, which has been very comprehensive, is to first understand to what degree there is the incidence of heading occurring in the game in the first place. And that does suggest that the frequency of headers per match is very, very low. For example, in matches in Australia, in the ages of under 10 to 12, the range of heading frequency is 0 to 2 headers per match based on current data. That's something that we'll continue to monitor and revise. But I think that the steps that we've already taken in the format of the game reduce that frequency of heading such that it doesn't occur to any large extent at this stage. But that is part of the work that we're doing now, is to reassess whether that age bracket under 12 and below remains appropriate, whether that potentially needs to be increased. But we're also looking at this in a multifaceted way, as Rob mentioned, the teaching of good technique, the teaching of other preventative heading exercises that strengthen muscles and so forth, are all designed to mitigate the risk without obviously completely modifying the laws of the game to remove heading altogether. As I say, the small-sided football format that we've implemented for some time now reduces the moments where the ball is lifted in the air, from kick-ins to the goalkeeper kicking the ball, which is often where the ball then lands from a great height, or invites the contest of heading between two players. So there's steps that we've already taken to reduce by way of modification to rules and formats, to reduce the incidence of heading to quite a low level.
Thank you. So just one follow-up, just a follow-up from that. So does that include training? So you talked about 2 heads per match for the kids. What about training? Are they heading at training, and has there been any modification to the training, and is that part of the research?
Well, certainly our curriculum, our football curriculum, which is effectively the document that is used as the reference point for coaches in terms of how to teach the game, already specifies that heading of the ball should occur with a deflated ball and a reduced size ball. So again, steps taken to reduce the potential level of impact between ball and head. But this is an area that we are doing work around, providing more specific guidance around how heading should be taught and at what age group. I don't know, Rob, if there's anything else you want to elaborate on.
The data from training environments is highly variable and individualistic based on the context, and is one of the conversations that flows out of some of the questions that you've raised before about rules and policy changes. In that sense, the mitigating risk comes down to curriculum guiding, the scaling of equipment, the regulations of how training is undertaken, and then the curriculum picks up on the exposure piece as players progress through the ages.
So I suppose it's
I've
how
just
you
got a question
communicate it.
now, and then I'll come back to you if there's time after.
Yeah, sure.
Senator
I'm
Brockman.
done actually, Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Senator. Look, my understanding is that female athletes in the sport experience higher rates of concussion than males. I was just interested if there's any work that Football Australia or FIFA is doing in preparation for the World Cup, either in terms of new guidelines or management protocols for concussion.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I guess there's a body of research that suggests globally across sports that females are at higher risk of concussion. Again, that captures a range of sports with a range of concussion incidence rates. Within Football Australia, probably our best data comes from our professional leagues where the incidence of concussion is very low. But even within that, as a proportion of incidence rates per game played, the female concussion rates are similar to males. There's a wider piece of work that FIFA are undertaking on concussion spotting to assist that reporting, because quite often when discussions on injury incidents are raised, the reporting level and the underreporting potential is evident. FIFA have a concussion spotting and injury spotting protocol, and we are collaborating with them with a view to implementing that at the upcoming FIFA World Cup later this year. But that's a discussion and ongoing discussions with FIFA about that process.
Okay. And are you able to expand for me just on the engagement and connection you have with either FIFA or other codes and other international organisations on this? I mean, to what extent are you sharing data, collaborating? What work is happening on that international level?
Part of the work that's been taken into account by the working group is to consider the research and other policies that have been adopted in other parts of the world, and other football associations, and also in other confederations. For example, UEFA has undertaken some work around this. The conclusions are quite similar in terms of the myriad of steps that.
Apologies, Mr. Salvo, we just lost your connection there for a moment. Are you able to repeat that? Apologies.
Sorry, no, I was just saying that the work that has been undertaken has taken into account international research, and there's also a review of work that's undertaken by the football institutions, whether they're member associations, national associations, or confederations, and there's an ongoing dialogue also in terms of the sharing of information and findings between those different bodies. Now, in developing some of the guidelines that are under consideration, we have had regard to similar guidelines that have been developed by other football bodies. So, there is a lot of that is taking place. Rob, you want to add to that?
Also to that, the members of our working group are also on FIFA and UEFA related projects and working groups as well. So there's a connection through, and that some of the work that we've conducted has been shown to FIFA and discussed, and they were very positive about that work. So in terms of not just operating within a bubble, others have had the availability to feed back into that, and we're quite positive on the work that's been undertaken, as well as having those formal and personal connections through to different countries and different working groups on the same or similar topics.
Okay, thank you. Senator Thorpe, I understand Senator Brockman has no questions. Did you want to finish with one last one? Okay, we may, in that case, we thank you for, oh, are you back now, Senator? No? All right, thank you for your evidence today. We really appreciate the time you've taken to participate in our inquiry through your submissions and by presenting evidence today. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, so you are free to log off, and thank you again for your participation.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'm just going to check if we have our next witnesses on the line from Boxing Australia.
Hi, yes, I'm here, Dr. Peter Stickler.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Is it just yourself, or we have expecting your Chief Executive Officer as well?
Dinah will be there in person, I believe.
Oh, you're there in the room. There we go. Excellent. All right. To get us underway, I'd just like to ask you both to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Yeah, Dinah Glykidas from Boxing Australia as the CEO.
Welcome.
And I'm Dr. Peter Stickler. I'm part of the medical committee with Boxing Australia.
Excellent. And do either of you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Peter, I'll go first if you like. On behalf of Boxing Australia, thank you for inviting us to discuss concussion within our sport. We're a national sporting organisation for amateur Olympic-style boxing within Australia. Our rules are aligned with our international body with a few slight changes. However, our medical rules is adoption of the international body. So we follow the same process, what happens overseas there. All athletes must complete a yearly medical check, which is completed by their GP. Not only that, but they have to actually get further tested before they compete. So during competition, in weigh-in, they get checked by the doctor. After their fight, they also get checked. Each competition has at least one medical doctor ringside, and usually at states and national events, there's 2 doctors ringside. Our medical return to box is a strict process. We have a minimum 30-day mandatory stand-down period and is applied in the first instance where no competition or sparring can occur during this time. The stand-down period then increases pending on either the number of times this occurs or pending on the knockouts if they are unconscious, and that can be shown on the medical clearance process flowchart which I've submitted earlier. There are 4 forms that they actually need to complete following their stand-down period to get a clearance. So a head injury form, our medical examination certificate, a medical clearance form, and 2 SCAP-5s. One is at the time of incident, and then one is after their mandatory stand-down period by their own GP. All of that is then submitted to our medical committee, who then approves the return to box or requests further information. Last year we had 20 reported concussions, all of which were obtained in our elite men during competitions. 3 were cleared by our medical committee to return, 2 advised their states they weren't returning to boxing, and 15 are yet to register this year. However, if they do, they are required to do the process to return to box. Our elite men currently do not wear head guards. We are unable to determine due to resources if this is why only elite men are being reported. Our athletes who are 18 years and under and all elite women must wear a head guard according to our rules. We also do not have data on any concussion resulting out of training. Unfortunately, due to lack of resources and funding, we are unable to research if head guards reduces the risk of concussion. Research in weight cutting and management is a contributing factor in all, but particularly in the elite men. Or carry out any case studies or current and ex-athletes on their long-term impact caused by concussion. Provide further education within our sport, but also education to the wider community and through the education system on concussion. Other key areas that we consider a risk are athletes not disclosing pre-existing head injury obtained from other sports, or the sharing between sports of concussion of athletes due to data privacy and the medical sensitivity of said data. Athletes do not disclose pre-existing head injury obtained outside of sport. Ultimately, we are committed to fostering the safety and well-being of our boxers at all levels. Thank you.
And Mr. Stickler, did you have a contribution you wanted to make? You're on mute, sorry.
Sorry, I support Dinah's comments she's made there.
Okay. I've got a few questions, but I'll pass to Senator Thorpe in the first instance. Senator. Okay, while we're waiting for... Oh, there you are.
My apologies. Thank you for appearing today. I must say I'm a very big boxing fan. I've grown up with boxing, the old Lionel Rose, Uncle Lionel Rose, and Uncle Graham Brooks, Porky. So I have a couple of questions for boxing. So boxing is a unique sport in the sense that the head is the target during a bout, but I'm wondering about training modifications. Is Boxing Australia engaging in any protocols or frameworks to reduce training or sparring related head injuries?
So in sparring and training, all athletes must wear head guards. We unfortunately don't have the resources to be able to see what goes on in training. That's unfortunately the case with our sport. But very much wanting to develop more in that training space to get that education out there to them.
Thank you. So in terms of the resources, to make, and following up on your answer, to make training safer, you don't have the resources available? Is that
the resources to
part of the challenge?
Yeah, to provide that education. The coaches do, when they do learn to coach, they do get that education during that time, but nothing, from our national body into each gym.
Thank you. So as a Senate inquiry, you would be seeking resources from the government to assist with prevention of head trauma through training at Boxing Australia. Something like that?
Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, other sports, they have a lot more resources and funding. We're one of the smaller sports, whilst we are popular, but that's probably an area we would love to jump into, but again, we just don't have that resource available at the moment.
Thank you. So what age does contact start in boxing?
Yep, so you need to be 10 years old, not be turning 10. However, depending on your state, they are managed by the Combat Sports Authority, and each state is different. So I know in New South Wales it is 14 years. And if you don't have one, like some of our other states, they go off our rules, which is 10 years old.
Given the concerns around concussion in sport, do you believe 10 years old is safe for the 10-year-old?
From what I've seen, yes. We do. It is a very tight process to be able to start boxing to begin with. So you have to get full medical clearance, and Dr. Peter will probably be able to provide more information on that side before you can even step into the ring or training. But with this, if we had resources, we could do more studies on that head guard, because we don't see any concussion being reported at that age in our sport. But that's all. I can go off with what we've got at the moment.
Can I just do a follow-up there, Senator Thorpe? So is there no international research which you can look up and look to?
Not that we found, there probably is. It's, yeah, our international body, they have. Not personally, no, I haven't.
So what steps has the organisation taken to try to engage with the international research on this issue in your sport?
At the moment, none. We're just going off our international body's advice.
Okay. Sorry, Senator Thorpe.
And is that due to limited resources?
Yes.
So in terms of capacity, I mean, how many people do you have working at Boxing Australia? I should
3.
ask first. How many people? Oh, 3.
3 full-timers, yes. And everyone at our state are all volunteers. So that's probably the difference with our sport compared to other sports. So 3 in our national office and, yeah, everyone else volunteers.
So you have 3 people that haven't done all the research and all the work around prevention, and you're struggling with 3 people and limited resources to do the things that you obviously you find important and what you would like to do.
Correct.
What would be your wish list then?
So where do I start? I would love to have someone to focus in the concussion space, definitely. That is a priority, but I'm not an expert in the field. That's why we have our medical committee. And again, they're all volunteers too. So we're just trying to work with what we've got at this point in time.
So are there any systems in place from Boxing Australia to look at age-matched or weight-matched sparring during training?
Not in training. All the coaches are trained up that it is weight-based. So you're not going to put a 15-year-old up against, you know, someone over the age of 18. It's all weight-based and in the weight, yeah, certain age groups for the younger ones.
Okay. And where is the line drawn between helmeted and non-helmeted boxing?
So in our sport, it's open elite men's is non-helmeted head guards. Everyone else, so under 18-year-olds, all must wear head guards, and our open women's. If there is a chance where an 18-year-old turning 19 can compete at our, which happened last year, they can compete in our open men's. Both men's, whoever they're competing up against must wear a head guard. But it's all within, yeah, it's only our open men's, they don't need to wear one. And that's off our international rules.
Thank you. So do you think helmets prevent concussion?
I think it might reduce the risk, but we don't have any studies to show that, unfortunately. But from what we've seen with what gets reported, it's all our elite men.
Thank you. Do you have disclosure agreements in place to let players know of the associated risks of the sport?
Yes, we do. It's part of when they register.
What does that, could you tell me about that?
Yeah, so when they register, they have to fill out, like every sport, their information details, and then there's also the fine print, as everyone would call it, just disclosing the information about your sport. And that's all managed by the states, and then they have to go through their in-depth medical every year. They have to do a medical every year to be able to box.
Thank you. And my final question is, what do you do to support players both in the immediate aftermath of a head injury as well as long-term injury?
So straight after a competition, it's getting the support to them from the doctor and getting them rested. Unfortunately, again, our resources just limit us to what we can achieve. So would love to do more in that space, but again, the resources aren't there.
Well, I think we have to have another conversation about resources for Boxing Australia. That's all from me, but I do want to do one quick shout out to our sportsperson, NAIDOC Sportsperson of the Year from a couple of years ago, who is now the runner-up world champion in women's boxing. She's an Aboriginal woman from Victoria, and her name is Marissa Williamson, who I've known for quite some time on her journey, and I know that she's had to beg and borrow to get to international fights. So I know the struggle, and I thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Why don't elite men wear head guards?
I cannot answer that question. We go off our international regulations. So our rules are from that. Dr. Peter might be able to answer it, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, might I say we spoke a lot about resources today. Boxing is, despite the fact we have less resources at the top level of Boxing Australia, there's a doctor or two doctors present at every single bout. So the question of headgear is an interesting one. Sometimes we're finding in the literature that headgear, people who wear headgear don't have a lower rate of concussion versus people who wear headgear. So we're not seeing evidence there in the literature that would make us say we have to mandate this across the sport for people to wear. In the elite men, it could be argued that wearing headgear may increase the rate of concussion, but there's just not enough there for us to make a decision on that either way.
Why would it increase the rate of concussion?
It's a very good question, that one. I think you have a larger area. You have something that can be caught on a glove, and therefore you have an increased risk of contact with the head. So I suspect it might have something to do with that, but there's nothing there that I can speak to in the medical literature that will refer to exact reasons.
And Doctor, to what extent, I mean, we had evidence before that you believed that it was safe for 10-year-olds to be participating in boxing. So what does the international professional body or the local professional body beyond amateur boxing say? Where is the research which suggests that age is appropriate and safe?
I think if you were to be present at a boxing event, you have up to 5 or 6 referees, one within centimetres from the people who are in the ring. And the point of boxing isn't to strike the other opponent to the head to finish the bout. The point of boxing is to show that you can outclass the other opponent with technique or... so when it comes to sort of kids at that age, you're not looking to end a bout with force. You're looking to see who is the better competitor as a sportsman. So, and it is watched fairly closely, and as soon as that's abundantly clear, then the bout ends. So I think when Dinah's speaking to the appropriateness, we're not thinking of 10-year-olds competing in a way that you would be familiar with in the movies where, you know, someone's out there until they're barely standing on their feet. It's a sport, and kids that are 10 years old are there to behave in a way that it is a sport, and they're not there to try and transmit the maximum amount of force to their opponent's head. So that's how I can speak to it in that way about a safety situation. I don't know many sports with 10-year-olds where you do have a doctor present within metres of the competitor watching them the whole time that they're competing. So that in a way is a very good safety measure that boxing has. That sets us apart from most other sports as well.
But where does 10 come from? Because I think your colleague mentioned that in New South Wales it's 14. So why have they got 14 and your body has 10?
This is something that I haven't participated in personally, and I can't really speak to, I'm sorry. But for me, I think with the supervision and the safety measures that boxing has, to me it still sounds reasonable.
Right. But you're not aware of why New South Wales has determined that will presumably not presumably they've made a judgment that 10's not reasonable and 14 is. I presume that's made on some kind of evidence. You're not aware of why that's happened or haven't looked into it?
No, I haven't participated in that. And because boxing is weight-based and not age-based, I can't see in my searchings of the literature, which I do personally regularly, why someone would make that decision above 10. And I'm sure that they could make a submission regarding that.
Okay. All right, that's all of my questions. I'll just check if any other senators on the lines had further questions for Boxing Australia. No? Okay. In that case, I thank you for your evidence and for presenting to the committee today. You're free to log off.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee will now suspend and we will be resuming at 12:15 Canberra time, which is 11:45 in Adelaide. No, sorry, we will be returning at 1 p.m. Canberra time, which is 12:30 in Adelaide. Thank you. For appearing before our committee today. For the Hansard record, Mr. Vega, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, Michael Vega, co-founder and CEO of HitIQ.
Apologies, HitIQ. I'll get that right now. I'd like to invite you to make an opening statement if you wish to, and then we'll go to questions from senators.
Of course, thank you, Chair and committee members, for the invitation to appear today. May I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. HitIQ welcomes and supports this inquiry, which is a crucial first step in delivering important dialogue and informing practical outcomes. My name is Mike Vega, co-founder and chief executive officer of HitIQ. As we outlined in our submission, HitIQ is an Australian technology company building and deploying products that assist in the surveillance, detection, assessment and diagnosis of sports-related brain injury. To date, we have invested a total of $20 million into our R&D efforts, all through private capital investment, to build world-class products aimed at helping athletes of all walks of life. Our technology suite includes an instrumented mouthguard, which contains sensors capable of collecting both concussive and subconcussive impacts, and standardised concussion assessment applications, with telehealth infrastructure built into the platform to ensure the highest standard of expeditious care for all Australians, regardless of geographic location. We work with major sporting organisations around the globe in helping them navigate this increasingly complex issue through the provision of critical, objective, quantifiable data. We are backed by a world-class scientific and medical advisory council and have a team of 30+ hard-working engineers, data scientists and support teams around the world. Fundamentally, there are two key topics being addressed as part of this inquiry that pertain to HitIQ. Number one, the long-term effects of repeat subconcussive and concussive head trauma. And number two, the acute management of concussive or potentially concussive events. We view this problem with both short-term and long-term lenses. Number one, what can be done now to enhance the management of acute concussion? And number two, what can be done over the long term to ensure any causal link to CTE or any other degenerative brain diseases is grounded in objective data truths? As such, HitIQ submits the following recommendations based on the company's capabilities to deliver strong outcomes to overcome the current unmet needs in the sector. One, the wide-scale implementation of head impact sensor technology to longitudinally track and store head impact exposure in both community and elite sports to create individual data banks. A number of witnesses have supported the claim of a causal link between head impact exposure and CTE. To understand the cause and effect relationship between these two factors, we must accurately track these head impacts. There is no other way to understand cause and effect without long-term tracking of head impacts in all contact sport populations. Number two, the deployment of concussion management technology platforms at scale to implement a national protocol to identify, manage and treat concussion in community sports. This is achieved via a point-of-care incident reporting platform for potential concussive incidents, rapid access to specialised clinicians following a potential concussive incident, consistency in the clinical assessment, diagnosis and management of concussion, and finally the implementation of consistent guided return to learn, work and play protocols for those affected by concussion. And lastly, the creation of a de-identified open source national head impact and concussion incident database to drive future Australian-led research. In summary, we believe technology and data should be the centrepiece of progress towards better concussion and subconcussion management practices. Historically, decentralised approaches grounded in anecdotal and subjective data have capped the ability to make step changes in this area. Thank you and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe will kick off with you.
Thank you very much for your opening statement. I've only got a couple of questions. So are you in a way trying to prevent head trauma loading? And if so, how does that work?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think, yes, indirectly. I think access to our data will help inform protocol changes, perhaps changes in contact policy. So I think indirectly the answer to your question is yes. I think directly, as it currently stands, we cannot prevent concussion. If we take a long-term view of the value proposition of our technology, I think as the science and the research evolves, I think having access to a long-term data bank across sporting populations will hopefully, and we believe it will, identify those at risk of developing long-term health issues.
Thank you. So what data have you collected on the NRL and AFL, and what have been your findings?
We've worked with the AFL for a long period of time. The AFL have implemented our instrumented mouthguard technology across both the men's and women's competitions for a period of time now and have made significant headway in building these long-term data banks. We have done small-scale trials with the NRL and Rugby Australia. We do have access to this data. This data is commercial in confidence. I'm not at liberty to disclose the specifics of that data. What we can say is that there are differences across codes, genders, individuals, style of play. We understand that. But ultimately, our job is to collect the data to a really high level of accuracy and integrity. And ultimately, as it currently stands in the form of our relationships with those groups, what they do with that data is entirely up to them.
Thank you. I'm interested in the data.
I understand.
And we want to get our hands on that data.
Yeah, I understand that there's an interest in the data. One of the, as part of the commercial relationships we have with these groups, we're not at liberty to disclose the specifics. But, I think one thing I will say is, we have seen incidents of game files where an athlete's had exposure to 54 impacts in one single game. There's a high variability across the population, but there are some high frequency, high magnitude impact exposures that these athletes are exposed to. But in terms of specifics, I'm not at liberty to discuss the code specific data.
Oh, I can put that on notice and ask them. So thank you. So who are you sharing the data with?
Well, the data lies with the codes, as they do have some ownership provisions on that data. The individual themselves have ownership provisions on that data. They can request that data if they so wish. I know the AFL work with research partners. I know the NRL are engaged with research partners. There are links to research groups in Australia, but ultimately we are arm's length to those research programs at this stage, so we don't have any oversight on that.
So, have you heard of Prevent Biometrics in the UK?
Yes.
Yes, and so I understand that your data can't be publicly released, given there's some kind of gag on what comes out of it from the two big leagues. So in the UK, some other mouthguard companies have readily made this data available, such as Prevent Biometrics in the UK, which has helped the landscape of rugby union in England. So why are you so protective of your data from a scientific perspective, or can you elaborate on why the AFL or the NRL are so protective of this data getting out to the people who care?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it leads to our third recommendation, which is the formation of a de-identified open source national head impact and concussion incident database. I think ultimately that's where we need to get to as a country, and we need to coordinate or align all the major industry bodies as well as the technology providers in doing so. Contractually, I'm binded in terms of what I can say about the data. I can't speak to other groups or bodies around the globe, but all I can talk to is the contracts that we have and are engaged in. But ultimately, Senator, is that that is an ambition that we think this nation should be striving towards in the construction of that open source database.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. No further questions from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. How far do you think the collection of data needs to stretch? I mean, obviously you're dealing with elite level athletes, the relatively wealthy codes. Would you like to see information coming from community level sport?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. We've begun the initial phases of deployment of this technology into the community. I think, although it's critically important at the elite level, I think at the community level where the resources are limited, I think this technology has a greater standing. And, we think that this technology should be deployed at scale across the community. And we've begun those activities. We have ambitions to get this technology in the hands of kids around Australia that play contact sports. In the mouths, I should say.
And I've asked this of other witnesses, and I suspect you can't answer the question, but perhaps you can answer whether this technology would help us get to the answer. I mean, obviously, to know the long-term impacts, we're A, going to have to look at this for the long term, and B, get a representative sample where we're also able to take out, and this is probably the wrong term and maybe sound insensitive, but there's got to be a background level of incidents just from life that isn't related to sporting activity. So can you talk us through some of the issues that you see in terms of how we get to that data set?
Yeah, I think ultimately we have to be able to control the controllables, and what happens outside the arena of sports participation is going to be a very difficult thing to quantify and manage, albeit we would have to rely on self-reporting in those instances. But as far as controlling the controllables, I think capturing that information during sport participation, I think we are in a position to do so, and we should be doing so. And I think how long until we're able to find some sort of cause and effect relationship? I mean, ultimately, the goal here is to increase sports participation, not decrease. And I think by getting to a point where we are able to identify what will constitute a risk parameter across a certain population before it becomes an issue, before it's too late, I think that should be the objective of all parties.
And just in terms of the importance of de-identifying data, is this to protect individuals in terms of their career progression? And I mean, what's the main reason you see as being the need to de-identify data?
Well, to be in standing with data compliance and industry data protocols, I mean, that's one critical piece to it. I think obviously these are people's medical data. You know, I think sharing this openly would be in breach of that. So I think there's a number of reasons as to why we would de-identify that data. Ultimately, getting buy-in is critical in this whole process too. So I think by de-identifying that data, I think we're going to be able to get greater buy-in.
Okay.
And ultimately achieve the same outcome. So I don't think identifying the data will have any negative outcomes in terms of what the ultimate objective could be.
Yep, no, fair point. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Just a pretty open-ended question. I mean, you're obviously dealing with a lot of codes and are quite close to the coalface of this issue. Are there any particular codes where you have concerns more or less so than others in terms of the seriousness with which they're dealing with this issue, or the way they're sort of seeking to address it on behalf of their players?
I won't speak to what the data says in terms of which sport's worse than others, but what I will say is that we've worked over a long period of time with the AFL. I think the NRL we've engaged with quite deeply. We are, you know, particularly since the engagement of Dr. Flahive as the CMO of that organisation, I think there's been a greater level of engagement. I think it's obviously a very complex problem across a number of different areas, including medico-legal, where, you know, to get alignment across all of the key stakeholders is challenging at times. I think the groups themselves, the bodies themselves, understand the urgency and the magnitude of the issue and are taking steps to deal with them. So what we see is obviously quite a significant level of engagement. More can be done. More funding, more activity, more projects. I think there's a lot more that can be done. And it needs to be centred around, in our view, technology and data. And I think based on historical work that's been done in this area, it's all been based and grounded in anecdotal and subjective approaches. So I think getting education and getting awareness around the technology capabilities is going to make step changes in this area.
And when you say more funding, from whom are you referring to the codes actually backing in the collection of data and the work to be done here? Or are you talking about government? Who are you referencing there?
I think a best practice model would be a co-funded model.
Across the codes?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. I'll just check no other senator is on the line with further questions. No. In that case, thank you very much for your submission and your evidence today. We really appreciate your participation in this process. You do have a few more minutes, so if there's anything you wanted to leave us with, you're welcome to make a contribution.
No, I think one thing to note, if I was to extend my answer to your last question, you know, deploying this technology at scale is expensive, and if we want a national coordinated approach, I think ultimately it warrants government intervention and funding, and I think, you know, there's definitely an opportunity to, as I opened with, I think there's two lines of thought here. What can be done over the long term, so we're not sitting here in 5, 10, 15 years having the same discussion, but also what can be done now. And there's some significant opportunities that we can investigate and invest in that will make significant differences to the management of acute concussion in the community. And I think, you know, we have a biased view, obviously, because we have the technology that we think can answer a lot of these problems, but it requires investment, and it's not cheap. It requires significant investment, and we think we've got a solid solution, but ultimately we need to find a way to fund it.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Vega, for your evidence today. I don't believe you took anything on notice, so you're free to depart. The committee will just suspend. I don't believe, unless we've got the witnesses in the room. Apologies, I'm just going to talk over you to the Secretariat. Do we have the next witnesses in the room?
We do, Senator.
Oh, we do? Okay, well then we'll continue. Okay, I would now like to invite representatives from the Rugby Union Players Association to the table. Great. If I could ask you to just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today for our records, please.
G'day, sure. My full name is Justin Harrison. I'm the current CEO of the Rugby Union Players Association, Australian Rugby Union Players Association.
Welcome. And do you have an opening statement for the committee?
I do, thank you. Thank you for your invitation. I also acknowledge the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and I would like to acknowledge the leaders past, present and emerging as we embark on this hearing together. I'm here to represent RUPA, and RUPA, I'll just give you a quick explanation bearing regard to the fact that you have had other associations in the room. We are similar but also unique. So RUPA was incorporated in 1995 in direct response to the professionalism of rugby union, and it was established to directly promote and safeguard the interests of its members, namely the professional players of Australia, as well as to help them for the transition through the phases of their lives during and post rugby. We have 100% of the professional players, including the men's and women's sevens programs, as our membership. We also have, as academy members, the Super W and the Wallaroos female component, and the last remaining limb of, I suppose, the amateur component of rugby union in Australia and globally. And RUPA operates to deliver two key service arms: industrial representation and advocacy, and also player education and wellbeing. And it's the area of education and wellbeing that I suppose is the focus and most important to the interests of this hearing today. And we are increasingly interested in this avenue to refine and improve the education and wellbeing services available to our membership. Through active collaboration with our governing body, we currently participate in the concept of seats at tables, constantly referring to that in the consultation and implementation of many of the wellbeing and support mechanisms for our members. Admittedly, a lot of that is resource driven, but certainly there's no lack of intent. And this is delivered at the coalface by RUPA as a RUPA employed resource in a player development manager positioned at each professional club and the sevens program. This resource is responsible for identifying and implementing, in collaboration, of course, with the high performance environments in which they operate, certain pillars of, I suppose, rugby and life curriculum. And they centred around 6 main areas of ingredients: career and education, wellbeing, financial management, cultural awareness, a personal toolkit, and integrity and obligations. Now, of course, we're most interested in the education and wellbeing, and what we are as an association is careful to present a balanced view on how we can participate in implementing measures to educate our players, mitigate the risk, and provide a framework of safety and support for the players as they continue on their journey, their playing journey certainly, and then trying to capture their post-career life and transition into a different kind of workforce participation. We're particularly interested in identifying, concussion and brain injury events, developing robust mechanisms for reducing the risk of the participants to exposure to these events, supporting players before, during and after an incident that is directly related to a brain injury, impact or concussion whilst participating as a function of their employment. You know, we welcome the opportunity to participate in any and all initiatives that have an outcome of it examining current practices and developing robust peer-reviewed procedures and architecture that protects participants and makes all involved in contact sports safer and more knowledgeable. You know, and I would, I suppose, like to add that, you know, as a father of 2 active participants in the community game, a 10 and 12-year-old boys, and a product of the game myself, you know, I do recognise the value that sport provides to the health and well-being of our national identity. We want the game to continue to provide wonderful opportunity and experience. We want the game to continue to present itself as one of many games of choice, but not because it's a commercial juggernaut, but because it's a safe environment for participants and governed by a framework that is trusted. That's my opening explanation, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe, I'll go to you first. All right, while we're waiting for Senator Thorpe to connect, could you just talk us through the relationship between the Players Association and Rugby Australia in terms of the management of concussions? How does that relationship work? What's the communication? Can you talk us through that process?
Absolutely, sure. We have, you know, in tasked with the industrial advocacy of our membership, we have the collective bargaining agreement that provides for a lot of the frameworks and mechanisms that allow oversight and participation and consultation, this concept of consultation and collaboration. And part of the collective bargaining agreement deals with the player health and safety and integrity in the environment that they're working towards. So we have a committee that is set up with the express interest to look across the safety and well-being of the work environment, and it's constructed of circa 11 members. So you have an independent chairman, a RUPA representative, an RA representative, you know, a rugby body representative, player development program, chief medical officer from RA, and a RUPA nominated medical officer who is Seamus Dalton, Dr. Seamus Dalton for us, head of RA integrity, and any other person that we would deem from time to time that committee sees it fit in any particular agenda item, so psych support or strength and conditioning if we're talking about annual leave or those sorts of rest periods contemplated in a high performance environment. So that would be where current health practices and safety mechanisms are examined. We also have on a global governing body representation the International Rugby Players Association, because of course we're a global sport, and in some ways that can be problematic, but other ways it is advantageous to have whole of game solutions advocated for, and the ultimate governing body being World Rugby. International Rugby Players Association, we have a mechanism there to represent directly to the World Rugby Board, and there you see an ability for players and player associations to advocate for real-time changes, and of course we've seen the effect that that has had on the tackle framework for rugby union, the examination of the HIA process, the examination of identifying and removing players from the field of play, and it not being a subjective litmus test to identify that player, independent doctors, and also unconflicted reporting of those concussion incidences to monitor and track the player participation. And also we have also an ability to recognise a player who is at risk, a higher risk than others given their concussion profile. Now, the Players Association don't have access to the data as it's collected, but in collaboration with the team doctors and the Chief Medical Officer, Warren McDonald, we're certainly able to identify a need to support a player when a risk event has occurred. And through the player development manager, we identify certain support measures that we're able to action as a function of a resource that we have available to us. And that can mean triaging them into psychological support, medical support, funding, consultations, and monitoring their general health and well-being, and not only their own general health and well-being, but certainly their partners and the people that they're interacting with on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe, and then I'll come to you, Senator Brockman.
Thank you, and my apologies earlier, I was on the phone.
No problem.
Thank you to Mr. Harrison for appearing today. How is your relationship with Rugby Australia?
In which regard? How do we get on? Do you mean?
Yeah, what does that look like?
Okay. Look, I think that sometimes from time to time there is going to be inevitable conflict in the formation of our Magna Carta, so to speak, the Professional Rugby Collective Bargaining Agreement, which deals with a lot of things around the fair and equitable share of the commercial value of an asset. And we know that the player is the main asset of a rugby union sport, and their journey through that. So ultimately, there are two parties coming together whose aim is to have positive outcomes for both parties. We are advocating on behalf of our membership. That doesn't mean that we're going to agree on everything, and we'll come away with an imperfect agreement probably for both parties, but we advance things forward. And sometimes that presents conflict and an adversarial attitude. But one thing that we do recognise as a game is that there is no conflict of interest or anything that brings us to have reason to question the intent of safety measures and wellbeing measures being actioned for players. So when you bring that attitude to an open forum, we are enjoying and experiencing a much more collaborative, trusted relationship with Rugby Australia, and one that has enabled us to advance in a meaningful and considered way, in a balanced way, safety measures and real-time changes to the way that players are treated on their player journey. It's positive, is probably the short answer. I'm sorry.
So how compromised are you in terms of pushing for better outcomes for retired or current players struggling with neurological diseases, given your funding through the sporting body itself?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and certainly one that I'm careful to remind people in our own ecosystem and probably outside as well. So the collective bargaining agreement spends itself recognising what revenue from the game is attributable to something called player-generated revenue, so PGR for use of an acronym. And so what we then do is talk about, okay, this is the asset, and this is the revenue that it's generating as a function of its leverage into a marketplace that's interested in it as a commercial object. And we think that a fair and equitable share of that total revenue pool is at the moment, it says 29%. And as part of that 29%, recognising the value that the players have in this ecosystem, part of that 29% is to be then attributed to funding player development program and Rupa as an organisation. So in actual fact, it's funded by the players itself. Rupa is funded as a function of the carve-off of percentage that the players are entitled to through the negotiation of the collective bargaining agreement. And quite often you will have slight disagreement, but intrinsically it's about an open and transparent discussion around the forecast of the business, the capacity of the business to allocate certain costs to certain departments. And once the revenue allocation is realised, it is really for Rupa and the players to determine effectively where that and how that revenue is distributed. So there is no conflict once that agreement is reached. There's most certainly conflict in the percentages and the values, but that's when the skill of, and certainly people that from time to time that are much more skilled than I at presenting balanced arguments in an emotive environment, you soon understand the capacity of the business, the priority of the business, and then also the value of the players that they place on themselves, and also a problem-solving exercise. We know that the last 2.5 years have presented enormous challenges for us as a global economy, but certainly professional sport in Australia. Rugby, more intrinsically than ever, has been really under some commercial strain. And so if you bring a problem-solving attitude to allow the CBA to function how it should function, is protect the industrial interests of the players as a commercial asset, but also spend some time on the safety measures and workplace conditions to ensure that all of the opportunity costs that these players are giving over to their governing body are recognised not only in REM structure of contracts, but also support mechanisms around their entry and during and exit from the game.
Thank you. Interesting language with, you know, players being a commercial asset. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And the language, you know, I think about an asset and how it depreciates, and I think about if that's kind of the mentality around past players and, you know, what happens to the past players who continue to face enormous challenges from head injuries, from doing what they loved, but also the job that they were paid to do with no supports after they've left the sport.
Yeah, look, you know, positioning a player as an asset is important to open a discussion about developing a worth ratio. And certainly, as a player myself, 17 years as a professional player, having exited out of the game, there are you know, numerous factors at play in exposing yourself to risk in a contact sport, but also the identity that you develop as a professional player and transitioning into a meaningful workplace regime that's not just about catching and being fitter, faster, stronger is a difficult transition, irrespective of whether you've been exposed to injury or not. And certainly past player support is something that Rupa is constantly looking to provide resource for, and recognising that is in an area that we would like to develop greater resource for. The past player training and education fund has a 2-year tail period on it from a player's exit from the game to support them in vocational training and tertiary pathways. There's medical coverage as a function of their contract that we've advocated for in a template, you know, standard employment conditions, but also an extra threshold.
Can I ask then, what happens to ex-players? Is there what have you reached out to ex-players that have had some serious injuries, and has there been support for those players and those families in terms of medical expenses, ongoing support?
Yeah, it's a really good point, and sort of, you know, keeping contact with players that exit. Invariably, because we are a global sport and the way that we're set up, the average contract time for a Super Rugby contract is, you know, between 2.5 to 3.5 years. A lot of our membership actually leave and retire overseas and detach, therefore, from the regular contact and all sorts of problems or things present themselves. You know, detachment from the corporate awareness, no identity now in the business community, therefore the mentor program and/or access to career training is problematic. But most certainly, if a player sustains an injury whilst they're under the employment in our employment framework provided for by the CBA, they are given ongoing support and reimbursement capacity and medical treatment and advice for the longevity of the requirement of that injury. But we know that past player support mechanisms can go much further. We do get contacted by players who have good memories of the support and resources that were provided to them by Rupa, having detached and gone overseas and come back. All sorts of things about, you know, looking to introduce them for career opportunities, looking to give them psych support confidentially, and to make sure that their partners and young families, most often at that stage, are able to be given an opportunity to reinvigorate their careers in another chosen pathway.
Thank you. Do you acknowledge the existence of CTE?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I'm not. See, you know, I'm most certainly not a trained physician and haven't had the benefit of, you know, multiple years of training in the medical practice. So I don't think it would be appropriate for me to acknowledge the existence of CTE in any other capacity than I'm looking to inform myself as best I can about. You know, there are so many different relatable incidences and symptom pathways that indicate one or the other in terms of reportage. Having met with Dr. Chris Nowinski when he was out here as well, certainly very compelling arguments in one regard, and then you will read some reportage that presents different views. So what I'm busy making sure is that I'm involved in ongoing efforts to refine and protect the player membership and inform myself as best I can at the same pace that we know that we need to accelerate to capture programs that support players who are constantly exposing themselves to the risk of brain injury and impact and concussive events in the game. Now, the CTE component we know is very difficult in terms of the post-mortem discussion that they're having. It's very difficult to in fact, I've heard, that it's problematic to think that we can diagnose CTE whilst the subject is living. But I would welcome any opportunity to try and discover some sort of peer-tested, peer-reviewed, objective data that gives us a robust answer to that question.
Mr. Harrison, given the wide scientific evidence we have heard during the inquiry, and there's been a lot of incredible experienced professionals come to the table on CTE, don't you think that your financial relationship with the main organisation compromises your position on CTE and concussion?
I'm not sure how it is. What do you think? I haven't been able to provide you. I'm not a medically trained physician around the subject of CTE, but what I am trying to do is offer an opportunity for us to be a part of problem-solving exercises that look to mitigate the risk and exposure in a contact sport.
Yeah, in all due respect, Mr. Harrison, we've heard from a number of witnesses during this Senate inquiry on CTE. We've heard from experts, and there is volumes of scientific evidence that we've heard and we continue to hear. Given that your financial situation is paid by the organisation, does that basically gag you from saying that CTE is there?
No, I'm not.
Like, why aren't you listening to the scientists that are already providing evidence? The evidence is there. Why is it that you can't acknowledge that CTE is there?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that CTE is being diagnosed across multiple ecosystems and facets of life. Are you asking me to say do we know about CTE or is CTE in rugby? I'm not, and we're not. I don't think we're confident. Yeah.
Sorry, the question, just to recap.
Yep.
So we talked about the scientific evidence of CTE. This whole inquiry has provided that evidence, and you don't need to be a doctor. I mean, I'm not a doctor, and I've learnt so much about CTE.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you acknowledge that CTE is within your organisation as a result? Like rugby union players, do you agree that CTE is one of the challenges that people face when they play your code?
Well, I don't have any evidence to base that on. I haven't seen any post-mortem diagnosis or reports that speak directly to any of the membership that I've been directly involved with. So I don't think I'm able to answer that question, Lydia. I'm sorry, Mrs. Thorpe.
That's okay. So do you acknowledge the connection between CTE and mental health symptoms?
Well, I think that the symptom pathway is, again, something that I need to take considered, advice certainly from Seamus Dalton, our doctor consultant, and he has said, that the symptom diagnosis can relate to different things that aren't directly related to CTE or not. We know neurodegenerative diseases present themselves in a lot of similar symptom pathways to things like depression and stress and age and things. So I am constantly consulting with Dr. Seamus Dalton to better inform myself about that, and then to help us shape those discussions when we're able to go into, you know, health and safety committee discussions, and most certainly take him with me to refer him to the people like Warren McDonald and Sharon Flahives of the world.
Thank you. So have you dealt with players who've experienced depression and suicide as a result of CTE or suicidal thoughts?
No, again, I haven't. No, whenever any player through the you know, there's daily check-ins and baseline testing and health and well-being monitoring. When any player presents themselves, their first port of call is to either the team doctor and/or the player development manager in the system that they're operating in. So then from then they're triaged into psych support and the various medical pathways to ensure that they're given that support. I'm not privy to that ultimate diagnosis and/or treatment regime, but I am responsible for allocating funding and making sure that's available.
How much funding is available for that?
Well, at the moment we have it as a function of a business that is, well, not a business, as an organisation that's tasked with providing many player development support mechanisms. At the moment, it is not a determined figure. It's as much as we have capacity to, and as a priority of the business to support an athlete, either past or present, it is most certainly not capped, so to speak.
So do you acknowledge the risks of concussion in player contracts? Is there a disclosure of some sort that a player signs off, knowing that they're going into a game that may give them concussion?
Yeah, there's not a clause in the template that speaks specifically to a particular type of injury. It talks about presenting the participant is fit and healthy and able to fulfil the requirements of the employment contract, and then also talks about embarking on the integrity and education module that's delivered to each athlete and to each province and each Sevens department as an education framework when they're onboarded as a professional athlete. We also touch on it in our induction camp when there are newly signed professional athletes embarking on their career. Yeah.
Would you consider including concussion?
I think that
as part of, given the evidence and the science of what's coming out on CTE and concussion, would that be something that your organisation would consider going forward?
Well, I think in any environment where you're dealing with varying degrees of knowledge and/or apathy or education levels, and certainly a varied demographic of age, anything that gives an opportunity for an athlete or participant to inform themselves with a balanced view would be recommended. So if that sit inside an employment framework and an employment template that wasn't in conflict with, you know, basic employment law, then most certainly you would see no reason why that sort of literature wouldn't be available to someone that maps out their rights and obligations as a function of their employment. Yeah.
Thank you. So how are you pushing towards more protective player protocols?
Well, so we have an opportunity to participate in, you know, what's called Shape of the Game conference and consultation, and that deals with the rules of the game and the recommendations around what intrinsically are designed to change player behaviour and also coach behaviour. So the gatekeepers of a player's behaviour are the coaches that design the training mechanism and framework from week to week to present them as an athlete to perform their task. And inside that, they are talking about, you know, tackle technique, clean-out technique, the exposure events during a game to refine technique and understanding of correct technique versus poor technique in what is an unplanned exercise, really. You know, the concept of a perfect game is unachievable, and there's certainly always going to be an element of risk. Now, mitigating the risk is what we're seeing now with things like World Rugby changes in tackle framework, the way the game is adjudicated now. There's been, you know, a much more focused attempt from officials and participants to understand the causal effect of some of their actions in terms of execution of tackle, execution of clean out, zero tolerance policy on head contact. The poor technique is not an excuse now for a concussive event. So retraining players to make sure that they are skilled in the execution of what is a risky action in a collision sport. And players are consulted on that and given an opportunity to participate in the design of what that framework is moving forward.
Senator Thorpe, I just want to check if Senator Brockman has any questions for this witness, and then I can come back to you if I need. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, obviously you're representing elite athletes. Could you talk to us a little bit about the current view of those you represent on this issue? I mean, are they concerned but seeking more information? Is there a high level of discussion of the issue? I mean, where is the current player group, I guess, at in terms of their thoughts on this issue?
Yeah, it's you know, canvassing the membership. We know that they are they recognise that they're in an environment that provokes a certain type of action in the execution of their employment that puts them at risk, but they also recognise the meaningful changes that the game has made to make that environment safer, not only with execution of skill, but also, you know, things like recovery periods, things like confidential reporting mechanisms when players are presenting with symptoms that may be as a result of injury or not, and also the open and transparent way in which high performance environments are welcoming the concept of self-reporting. You know, one of the possible frailties in recognising concussion and or problems that may be attributable to that is that intrinsically it relies a lot on self-reporting. We still don't have a dearth of objective medical devices and or mechanisms to present bona fide diagnosis in the absence of players coming and, you know, presenting with either sleepless nights, headaches, mood swings or various other things that provokes them to report that first. And that relies on trust, and that relies on assurances that once that is identified, then they are triaged into a healthy support network. And at the moment, the players recognise that the game is making meaningful and fast strides forward, but there is still a lot of things that we would like to see worked on in terms of supporting those players once that event is identified.
And would you say there's a high level of awareness of the issue across at least the elite athletes?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, there is. You know, the world is in everyone's palm now, and certainly players have always been aware of public commentary about anything that they're doing from a performance perspective, but most certainly, you know, dominating headlines across multiple hemispheres is the aspect of player wellbeing and welfare, and that World Rugby are prioritising that as a central point of any and all forecasts that they're making in their governance of the game. And they are also seeing, importantly, presence at tables and conferences to present their point of view, what's workable, what's not, what's sustainable, and what they would like to see. Now, you don't always get what you ask for, but most certainly you can't get anything unless you are given an opportunity to voice either concerns or support of certain mechanisms. And the players at the moment, you know, the sentiment is, and through feedback from, you know, we have a Rupert Player Director Board which has an elected player from each provincial union in the Sevens program, are recognising that the game is making meaningful strides to improving the safety networks around their employment conditions.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe, we've got a couple of minutes left if you wanted to ask your last couple of questions. Otherwise.
Yes, thank you very much. So, Mr. Harrison, how do you assist players when they seek or want to seek compensation due to head injuries?
We have a career-ending insurance policy that's available to the players, which offers, if it is a career-ending insurance is the caveat, first and foremost, they're offered an insurance policy that they're obligated to cover them, contribute to, and then Rupa provides funding to make up the bulk of the premium responsible for that. That is a cost burden that is borne by the players and Rupa as a function of professional athletes not being able to access workers' compensation. So that's a career-ending insurance event. If there's an ongoing medical requirement for an injury sustained during the game and while they're employed by their respective province or Rugby Australia, then they're given medical reimbursement and coverage for any treatment and ongoing treatment that is required as a result of that. But there's not a compensatory pathway for them in terms of a past player support fund or we do have a very small allocation for player hardship fund, we call it, where there's a range of applications made, varying from unemployment, sustained unemployment or difficulty to sustain an income through to sometimes coverage of one-off medical operation expenses and things like that. But it's most certainly not a pool that has a wealth of funds. And if something it was positive was to, one of the outcomes we would like to sort of continue the conversation around is how we service past player ongoing cost burdens that are sustained during their time of employment. It's something that we certainly recognise and would really like to participate in meaningful actions to support those players.
Fantastic, thank you. So just on that, until players can receive compensation through work cover, do you think there should be an industry-funded compensation fund? And if so, how do you think it could operate?
Yeah, that's a great question and concept. I think that one of the things we know that has some commonality across the different sports and that you're hearing from, they're all impact sports. They're all exposing their participants to risk, and invariably there's a percentage of those participants that finish the game and need greater resourcing. So it would be fantastic to contemplate that we had a whole of game. And when I'm talking about game, I'm talking about everyone's game, not just, people say the game and this is our game. I'm talking about, contact sports in general, a whole of game solution that provides athletes with an opportunity to access support mechanism and of a meaningful financial nature that, of course, will have criteria and an application process, but a committee that I would imagine would have some of the senators before me present on it to take applications and or monitor the progress of someone's journey through their life cycle. Because you're not retiring most of the time. You finish an impact sport career athlete. Your mid-30s if you're lucky, if you've been sort of bounced around a bit. Let's say 30, 32. You may have the 2.4 children or not, or married or embarked, and you're trying to get a house, and you're exiting the game. You can't access your super. You can't access any sort of. So look, and we've got to tread a fine line because sport does provide wonderful opportunity, and you get to see the world sometimes, depending on what sport you're in. But you're elevated to a level of experience that is unique in our society and celebrated by many parts of our society, and you do provide a service at various stages. I did consider my 17 years in the pantomime of sport as providing a wellbeing service in a funny kind of way to the people watching me as well. So I know there's a role to play, but as you're alluding to, I believe there is an opportunity cost for the unlucky percentage that don't feel that their participation has finished in a positive manner.
Senator, we're going to have to leave it there with this witness and move on to our next witnesses.
Thanks, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for your appearance before our committee today. You're free to depart, but we do appreciate your contribution. I would now like to welcome via video conference representatives from the Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury and the National Health and Medical Research Council. For the purposes of the Hansard transcript, could I ask you each to state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Professor Melinda Fitzgerald, and I'm appearing in the capacity of the Chair of the Expert Working Group of the Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury.
Thank
Alan
you.
Singh, Executive Director at the National Health and Medical Research Council.
Great. And do either of you have an opening statement?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So my name, as I said, is Professor Melinda Fitzgerald of Curtin University. I'm situated on Wadjuk country here in WA, and I pay my respects to our Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging. I was the chair of the expert working group that developed the roadmap and implementation plan for the Medical Research Future Fund, Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury. I'm a neurotrauma researcher myself, and I lead a mission-funded national consortia of researchers, clinicians and people with lived experience of concussion called AusMTBI, with the aim of predicting outcome and improving care after concussion. So I've been asked to give evidence at this inquiry due to my role guiding the mission for TBI and the work it does. I can also bring context as a researcher in concussion and from my role as CEO of Connectivity Traumatic Brain Injury Australia. So every concussion and head injury is different. The mission for TBI is funding research that will allow us to personalise care and treatment based upon the individual, their injury and other factors about that person and what they've experienced. The research will identify and test new treatments and care and will develop best practice evidence-based guidelines for clinicians and resources for people in community. There's also research identifying gaps in people's understanding and awareness of concussion and variations in access and barriers to care. So the research of the mission for TBI is underway, but it will take time. Meanwhile, it's sensible to limit exposure to concussions and particularly repeated head injuries. For sports concussion, recovery needs to be managed carefully to ensure that symptoms have completely resolved, even when exercising, before returning to the field of play. It will be a different length of time for every person. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. And it's key that people managing sport at all ages, levels and locations receive education to guide this best practice approach. If people return to play early, they're at greater risk of another concussion and their recovery from that will take longer. Connectivity Traumatic Brain Injury Australia provides a range of education resources, including short online courses suitable for coaches, first aid personnel and parents. It's an independent organisation guided by an expert committee highly knowledgeable in concussion research and management. Connectivity is uniquely suited to serve as a neutral, nationally respected organisation to guide the delivery of concussion education resources to improve the quality of management at all levels of sport for all Australians. And to close, it's worth noting that sports-related concussions account for only about 20% of concussions. Equally important are the repeated concussions that occur in the context of domestic and family violence, our prison systems, and older adults who suffer repeated falls. Approaches to limit the consequences of repeated head trauma are needed for all members of society, not only sports people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Singh.
No opening statement, Senator.
No opening statement. Okay, Senator Thorpe, I'm going to come to you for questions first.
Thank you very much for appearing today. Bear with me, I apologise. Can you please tell us about your involvement with the Medical Research Future Fund, MRFF?
So I am the chair of the expert working group for the Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury that is funded by the MRFF. And in that capacity, the expert working group generated a roadmap and an implementation plan. And that was to set in place the priorities for funding for the Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury. That went, that was the expert working group, which I chair, is a nationally representative body that encompasses a lot of different expertise in the field of traumatic brain injury. And then I chaired the process whereby and assisted where that went out for consultation. So I gave presentations around that. And I also guided it through the process of the international consultation, because it went through international review to make sure that the implementation plan was sensible and in line with what the international research community thought was useful for it to do.
Thank you. And are you on a panel which makes decisions around grant allocation?
No, I'm not. They have made the mission structure is put in place so that the expert working group set in place what the research should fund, but after that we've had no involvement in funding decisions and nothing about how grants are awarded. And that means that there's good separation because, because then we don't have a conflict of interest if we're applying for grants.
So you received 5 out of the 12 grants provided through the scheme, but you're also chair of the Mission for Traumatic Brain Injury. Is that a conflict of interest?
It is a conflict which has been stated, so it's clearly, out there in the public domain. So it was when missions are put in place that the expert working groups are the groups of people who are the best placed to conduct research. They're active researchers in the field. So it makes sense that there are going to be people who receive grants. Just to clarify, I only lead 2 of those grants, and the others I am named on, but I don't lead the work, I contribute. So it's I wouldn't classify them as I have received 5, it's 2, and which I contribute. And also I contribute to some of these in my capacity as connectivity CEO, because that's sort of the implementation arm. So we're assisting with the implementation of the research that the other lead investigators are directing.
Right, thank you. So what proportion of funding goes towards single or isolated mild traumatic brain injury research versus repeated head injury in Australia?
It is difficult to differentiate that because what I can tell you is that of the about $12 million that's been awarded thus far from the mission, there's been $6 million awarded from the mission to mild traumatic brain injury, and an additional $1 million awarded through the mission, where the funds came from an external pot of money. So there's $7 million for mild traumatic brain injury, and that would encompass repeated as well. I'm not aware of any grants that particularly look at repeated versus single injury. They address the single versus repeat within the grant, if you know what I mean. It's not like a grant on repeated or a grant on single.
Okay, I just have one more question for Professor Fitzgerald, and then I'll pass it on, Chair. I do have further questions for Mr. Singh after that. So my final question here is, we've heard from some sporting representatives who may not agree on the existence of CTE, that prospective studies are needed, and my understanding is that this will take years, if not decades. Do you know of any ways to ensure our national research programs can understand CTE in a faster, more efficient way?
It is hard to fast track this kind of research because in an ideal world, if we had all the time in the world, which I realise we don't, the work that we're doing as part of the mission sets in place the ideal way to track people to understand the injury that they've had, to collect their data and then to monitor them over a long period of time. As you say, that would take many, many years, many decades, in fact. There are some good studies and recent studies that have come out, in particular, by ENIAC recently, and that looks at retrospective cohorts comparing the whether people have experienced traumatic brain injury or not, and then looking, for example, if we're talking about CTE, at the incidence of CTE pathology in people who have or have not experienced. So that's sort of more of a retrospective approach. So those studies are happening. There's clearly in the public domain, there's a call for this kind of information. So there is more and more coming out at the moment, and some of those studies are of higher quality evidence that has previously been available. So it is becoming clear that there is a link, and however, it's important to appreciate that not everyone who has repeated concussion will develop CTE.
Yes, thank you so much.
Great. Senator Brockman.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you both for being here today, and I'm happy to throw this question to either of you. It strikes me that we've got an issue here that cuts across a lot of levels of society. We need to understand what the general prevalence of these kinds of issues from any sort of head trauma is. We need to understand the impact of casual sport, community sport, and we also have what it seems to have been largely the focus so far is the impact on elite athletes. So can you talk us through, in terms of the research that we need going forward, about how we incorporate those first two? I mean, are there any long data sets health data sets that can actually help us in terms of general occurrence, general population trends? Can you just talk us through those issues?
I'm happy to take that question if that's okay with Mr. Singh. The project the larger scale project that I am funded and leading is AusMTBI, which I mentioned in my opening remarks. In that project, we will be collecting information from people in the general community who have experienced concussion injuries. We will be, from that information, determining what predicts whether they're recovering in an expected time frame or whether that recovery is taking longer. And so that will provide a very good resource to determine a little bit more accurately around the prevalence of concussion. It is one of the big problems that we have, that we don't know how many concussions are occurring in the community. As you rightly say, the majority of research in this space has focused on the elite athletes because they're a captive population. They're easy to study. It's actually very difficult to identify the incidence of concussion in the general community. Anecdotally, we hear that there is a lot of poorly managed concussion happening in the context of community-associated sport, amateur leagues, so forth, even in our children. And so there's that real lack of awareness and education at that grassroots level. And that is where I personally feel that is where the need is. And that is the area of where there's greatest potential to improve outcomes following concussion, and even educating our research on educating our clinicians is important. I've been involved in some studies where we've assessed whether, or asked clinicians, GPs in particular, whether they feel comfortable managing someone with concussion, and over half of them don't. So they're not resourced sufficiently to be able to manage people with concussion in community. And there's also not a strong drive to go and see a medical professional. Most people don't even see a doctor. So how do we track them? So research that understands that problem, gets out into the grassroots and community to find all those individuals, raise awareness and get them to seek medical care so we can actually get a handle on the extent of the problem, I think is really, really important. And the AusMTBI project will in part hopefully do that, but there will be more work to do.
Mr. Singh, did you have any comments?
No, nothing further to add, Senator.
Just in respect to this then, because I could see this cutting both directions. I mean, we could, through lack of information, be unnecessarily worrying parents about youth sport participation because of, what is or what may be a problem with people doing a particular high impact sport for a decade. So, I mean, when do you think we're going to know? When do we think we'll have a better picture of what the actual incidence rates are above the general population norms contributed to by sporting activity?
So we do have some indication of incidence based on extrapolations from other countries where they have done some more incident studies, so for example in New Zealand. And so we do have estimates that there are around 180,000 mild traumatic brain injuries per year in Australia. It's hard to verify that. That's an incident sort of extrapolated, as I say, from other data. Your point regarding over-concerning people is really, really important because most people will recover within an expected time frame following concussion. That's about 2 weeks for adults, 1 to 2 weeks, and 3 to 4 weeks for children. And so one of the best things we can do is actually reassure people and say you're likely to be fine. It's about giving them that education that if you follow a graded, sensible return to activity, if you don't, sort of rush back into activity, but if you take it slowly and follow the best practice evidence-based guidelines for returning to activity, you're probably going to be fine. And so what we need to do is get that message out there, because it is true that people have 1 in 5, potentially up to 1 in 2 people have continuing symptoms, the persisting post-concussion symptoms. So that is high, but we can reduce those levels if we ensure that people are in an appropriate, graded, managed return to activity program and that they're reassured. So there is evidence already out there how we can reduce the incidence of persisting symptoms. The key, in my opinion, is making sure people, for repeated concussion, that they don't go back too early, that the symptoms have completely resolved before they return to the further risk of injury.
So does that information, is that being derived just from sporting concussion? Because I fell off a wool press when I was about 16 years old and definitely concussed myself. Is that from a general population base?
Yes. From a wide range of studies in general population as well as sports concussion, yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Thorpe, I know you had further questions for Mr. Singh.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Only just the 2. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do you have an updated position on boxing since the 1995 AHMRC report?
No, Senator, we don't. We have basically those publications have been are considered to be out of date, and we have not updated those, given organisations like the Australian Sport Commission now are playing a role in that area.
Could you provide some more detail in terms of, I mean, it's 1995 report. It's quite a long time ago. What's being done and, just some more detail given the amount of time that hasn't been updated, and when are we likely to see it being updated?
Well, Senator, we don't have any plans to update it. We, as you'd appreciate, there's a wide range of matters that people feel it's important to have guidelines on. But NHMRC isn't the only organisation that produces them. And in fact, for the last decade, we've been concentrating on public health guidelines, which reflects the fact that there are a larger number of organisations capable of producing high quality clinical guidelines. And in fact, we also have a program both to help educate people about how to do that, as well as to approve those sorts of guidelines if people want to bring it to us effectively for endorsement or approval. As I said, we have not updated those guidelines or in fact the head and neck injuries in football guideline, which was another one that we rescinded some time ago.
Okay, thank you. So what, in the opinion of the NHMRC, is the difference between boxing and other contact sports, given that a rugby or football player can have similar amounts of contacts to a boxer?
Unfortunately, Senator, I'm neither a scientist or a researcher, so I won't be able to provide you with an expert view. I don't know if Professor Fitzgerald actually might be able to take that question.
Thank you.
Would you mind just rephrasing that?
So I'm looking for the opinion from the NHMRC in terms of the difference between boxing and other contact sports, given that a rugby player can have similar amounts of contacts to a boxer.
So obviously I can't answer on behalf of the NHMRC, and I'm also not a mechanics person in terms of the type of force and so forth. But as a scientist, as a neurotrauma researcher, I would say that the changes in the brain are likely to be very similar, and there's many ways in which one can experience a concussion and repeated concussions that occur in many sports. I'm hearing things like synchronised swimming, horse riding, there are gymnastics, and boxing to me is just the same as rugby. And obviously I think it's worse because they're actively trying to hit your head. But yeah, it's all part of the same spectrum that is a problem.
Thank you. So back to you, Mr. Singh. The NHMRC has been funding researchers like Paul McCrory, who are very closely affiliated with the big sports. What is the NHMRC's response in trying to ensure independent research free of the influence of the sporting bodies?
Well, Senator, we basically, ourselves and the Australian Research Council and Universities Australia have an Australian Code for the Responsible Conduct of Research, and that is tied to our funding agreements for our grants, and that really requires both organisations and individuals to conduct research responsibly, ethically, and with integrity. And there's a number of frameworks around that, and so we think that those sorts of issues, depending on the nature of the involvement, would be picked up through that process.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, Chair, I know I snuck in two more.
You're fine.
The Research Council seems to focus on giving grants to researchers who've won research grants before, rather than looking at research outcomes. Can you tell us what factors are included in the decision-making on providing grants?
So each of our schemes has specific criteria, and obviously those are published up front in the grant guidelines so that everybody can see them, and then they're assessed by panels of experts in the relevant areas. Sorry, can you remind me your question?
Senator Thorpe?
apologies. Juggling home and work-life balance. So this was in relation to what processes are in place to ensure upcoming and independent researchers are not disadvantaged?
Yeah. So for the start, the criteria are transparent. Secondly, there's a range of schemes that we offer, and some, for example, are less focused on or look less at track records, so that younger and earlier stage researchers are able to, be very competitive for those. And an increasing number of our schemes are also interested in specifically in people's impact and being able to describe that. And that might not just be in sort of, you might call them traditionally academic pursuits, but impact on things like policy, on economic sort of impacts, impacts on society. And we allow people to kind of describe those and then assess them all equally.
Thanks, Chair. No further questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Senator Brockman, did you have any further questions? No? Mr. Singh, were you seeking to?
Sorry, Chair, I was just hoping to come back and add one thing to a question from Senator Thorpe earlier, who asked about conflicts of interest in the MRFF grants for the traumatic brain injury. And I just wanted to mention that NHMRC actually assesses or organises the assessment of MRFF applications on a number of their programs, including the traumatic brain injury. Just wanted to make it clear that our policy is to exclude members of the expert advisory group from any assessment of applications in their area. So there is that additional check and balance, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. We appreciate you contributing to the committee today. I don't believe you took questions on notice, but thank you for providing your submissions and for your time this afternoon. You're free to log off. The committee is now going to suspend for a brief break. We'll be returning at 3 p.m. Canberra time. Thank you.
And I'm now welcoming representatives of MindMirror. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. So for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
You go, Will. Dr. William Davis, medical advisor to MindMirror.
Thanks, Dr. Davis.
Matt Lingard, I'm the local general manager for MindMirror in this part of the world, so in Australia.
Thanks, Mr. Lingard.
Paul?
Yeah, hi, I'm Professor Paul Middleton, another medical advisor to MindMirror.
Thanks very much, Professor Middleton. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, and then I'll invite the committee members to ask you some questions. So we've got Senator Brockman, Senator Thorpe, as well as myself on the line.
Thank you very much. If it's all right, I'll take the lead on this one. But thank you for allowing us the time to talk to you about this. It's an interesting challenge that we're looking at. It's a multifaceted and complex problem with mild traumatic brain injury in sport, as we don't have a clear diagnostic criteria for it. The evidence around the sequelae is growing, but is still yet not quite clear, and the process by which we may get that evidence would be a very complex one using longitudinal studies, and is likely to represent a sort of multifactorial pathology. In the meantime, we've had some very high-profile cases which have led to a certain awareness within the general public around this, which have direct and indirect consequences. So, I mean, we have the obvious direct consequences of the suffering of the people who suffer from this problem. There is then litigation associated with that. There's the direct cost to both the employer and the person involved when it's a professional sporting injury and workplace health problems, but then time missed for those who are doing it as a as an amateur sport. We also have to worry about the disincentive for participation in sport, particularly in the young, by parents who are starting to worry about the long-term effects of these mild traumatic brain injuries on kids' development, which can lead to people not engaging in sport as they may once wanted to have done, which could exacerbate this ongoing problems we have with a hidden rate of obesity within that sort of population. So again, there's long-term hidden problems we will be looking at, and the present diagnostic criteria are slightly difficult because they are syndromic predominantly. They require a trained clinician to make an assessment. Those assessments can take a significant amount of time and may not be appropriate for pitch side and may take multiple testing. They're also subjective, and you can get interpersonal differences in those assessments. And we don't therefore get an objective record of what injuries are occurring and any ability to follow them up in a longitudinal manner. This leads to sort of long-term governance problems around it. So you have a decentralized system where each of the stakeholders works out their own criteria to classify something as a concussion or a mild traumatic brain injury, and they may not agree with other criteria. There's also therefore a discrepancy in the long-term record, which means that when we start looking back to make the diagnoses of complex conditions like CTE, we may not be able to get valid data out of that. The other problem we have, again, is this public perception, where it may lack transparency around the decisions made around these criteria. So in order to bring all these things together, a suggested sort of way of dealing with this would be with a governance structure that would provide an independent and transparent advisory, which takes the best clinical evidence through an august, independent scientific body, and then makes broad recommendations which can be interpreted by the individual codes, by the individual stakeholders to apply to their particular sport or pastime. An idea for that would be possibly the CSIRO would be an excellent body, very well respected peak body in science, would be able to produce a team of people made up of both independent neuroscientists, representatives from the stakeholders, representatives from private sector science, as well as the sporting bodies involved. They would look at all the evidence being presented to them, they would bring it all together, and they would produce a comprehensive, contemporary and very evidence-based guideline, which could then be interpreted by the various teams. The terms of reference for this committee would be defined by a parliamentary act, which would give them certain criteria and areas in which they work. And I think that would probably include things like defining what a mild traumatic brain injury actually is and what the diagnostic criteria need to be. They would also have to then assess all new data that comes forward around that mild traumatic brain injury and develop a consensus statement around that based on all that evidence, and plan long-term longitudinal studies. They would be the body who would be looking at using all this evidence to create a database and a body of evidence looking at what the cause developments are for CTE, why certain people suffer much greater symptomatology from a mild injury than others, and what the multiple factors are which actually need to be compounded together to create the long-term sequelae. So within that, I think we'd have to make recommendations or suggestions that there would be a legislative body or motion to set up that kind of a governance structure within there. Whether or not the application of those guidelines is then mandated in law would be a moot point for the discussion by a parliamentary body. There are statutes for this in other areas. So there's Natasha's law within Texas, there's a law within Illinois in the United States that have been there for about 10 or 15 years, which mandate any sports organisation to have a documented and recorded and structured return to play and documentation of any head injury sustained by a player within their code. That creates a huge database which can then be used to look at the causation and the long-term management, but it also gives a great deal of ability to ensure that this is applied appropriately. Now, where we suggest the future of this would be is improved diagnostics and an objective diagnostic test. And there are lots of groups out there with these diagnostic tests. There are people looking at visual ocular motor saccade. We particularly look at pupillary light reflex. There are others looking at biomarkers such as tau protein and microRNA. They all have potential. Where we feel that we have an advantage is that we feel that our product is democratic. It's a telephone app which is minimal cost. Everybody carries a smartphone these days. It's something that can be used by parents, it can be used by trainers, it can be used by untrained professionals on the pitch side to get an early marker and an objective marker of whether this is a significant head injury or not. It can be combined with other components such as the clinical assessments which are already done, and it will augment them, it will not replace them. Where we see the other technologies, the more complex, the biomarkers, etc., coming in, is they would act as high-end research things that validate the efficacy of what we're doing and give it scientific robustness and give people confidence in what we're doing, so that people at the grassroots level have confidence in letting their children play and letting amateurs get involved in what they perceive to be dangerous activities. Confidence that they can do it and make a point-of-care diagnosis rapidly on the pitch side. The long-term benefits, as we set up a national database. Within that database, we'd have clinical information and objective measures. All of the other modalities can be included in that database, but that gives us a longitudinal measure which over time we can use to look at the multifactorial causation of CTE, to look at what the factors are that predispose people for poor outcomes from chronic minor traumatic brain injury. So there are, as a governance element, there's a diagnostic element, there's a return to play element, but also the possibility of good, robust, long-term data to give us a greater insight into this disorder.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies. So, look, Senator Thorpe, do you want to start off with some questions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. My question, I only have a couple actually. What impact can AI have on understanding the impacts of concussion on the brain better and reducing such impacts?
Well, when we have good diagnostic criteria with which to benchmark against, and we have an objective measure such as a pupillary light reflex, something which is repeatable and recordable, what we can do is we have seen, and what the evidence has seen over years, is there are certain patterns within the pupillary light reflex. It's a curve generated by shining a bright light very rapidly into people's eyes and then recording the rate of constriction of the pupil and its then subsequent dilatation. Now, we measure that at about every 30th of a second, and there are patterns which have been identified in the first 6 seconds in small studies, but reasonably good studies in the United States, in blast injury and in car accident and in sport, which demonstrate characteristic patterns which are associated with minor traumatic brain injury. Now, those are ones that are visible to you and I. Once we have enormous blocks of data, vast tomes of the stuff, AI can cross-reference many of these things that we aren't able to see and can pick data points and generate patterns which are much more sensitive and probably more characteristic to localized areas of disease, localized areas of injury, things that are beyond our capacity to understand with the small numbers we have. But with a large database and a powerful machine learning engine, it can cross-reference so many more variables than you and I are capable of doing. We have every hope that it will be able to pick up different patterns which haven't been identified. So 9 variables have been identified so far, of which 4 are significantly different in people after a mild traumatic brain injury than they are from people who haven't sustained a mild traumatic brain injury. My suspicion is that if we look at many other variables, we'll start to see new patterns. But that's the magic of big numbers, and we haven't got them yet.
Thank you. My next question is, what research is MindMirror conducting itself, and what have been your findings so far?
So we're still very early in our research. We have a series of cases, approximately 12, I believe now, of young people in the United States, in Texas and Illinois, where they have these very rigid rules about return to play, and they have very strict, mainly syndromic and clinical assessment criteria to return these young people to play after a brain injury in American football. And what we've been doing is we have been correlating the changes in the coordination of their pupillary light reflex with their symptomatology, and we've seen patterns occurring. Now, we only have 12 of them in it now. We've recruited another 10 in the last week or two. It's starting to gain some traction. We've now been approached by another 6 groups, I believe, in Illinois, which will give us a total of 6,000 players. But it's about getting the robust follow-up. Paul is coordinating some work looking at what baseline normal people's pupillary light reflexes do on a large scale, so we know what the effects of things like lack of sleep and sort of diurnal variation, variations in sex, variations in people of different ages, all these sort of other variables. So Paul is coordinating with the University of Sydney to get lots of medical students, aren't you, Paul? Oh, you're still muted.
And other faculties within the university. Sorry about that. And as Will says, we're looking at establishing what normal people are with a range of ages because of the potential to confound simple measurements. Although in an emergency department, we might just shine a light into the eyes, the subtleties that probably allow us to detect a brain injury which is subtle itself, and which although it may have profound outcomes, really has not a great deal of early structural change to see on a CT scan or whatever. But those changes will be subtle and non-linear, and will require the AI to be able to pattern identify. But the important thing is that so many other things, like as Will mentioned, fatigue, alcohol intake, exercise, but even regular medications will impact on the pupil light reflex. So we intend to perform crowdsourced research with these large university cohorts, and be able to sort of integrate or rule out any of these confounders.
And the third group we're looking at the moment. So the established technology in all previous trials have been done with what's called a pupillometer, a clinical pupillometer, and they're expensive pieces of kit which are used in the clinical environment, and they create these very same curves as we are doing. Now, they use them routinely in intensive care units to monitor the changes in intracranial pressure on people who are on life support with brain injuries, where you can't use the clinical parameters because the patients are asleep, and they use this early warning system of the PLR to alert them to maybe the need for re-imaging or neurosurgical intervention. So we're partnering with one of the local intensive care units, and they're running comparative data between our telephone-based application and their sort of $10,000 clinically approved fancy piece of kit, to see if the curves we're producing are of equal quality, and we're confident there will be. So that's just going through ethics at the moment.
Thank you very, very much, and good luck with that research. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if anyone in the research community that you know of, or if you have had a look at existing long-term health studies from other nations. There may be one in Australia that I don't know about. I'm thinking of the Dunedin project, which goes back 50 plus years. There's a reasonably high incidence of social rugby in New Zealand. I wonder if anyone's looked at those longitudinal data sets that we do have access to know whether there is any signal coming through there.
As far as we're aware, because we lack a consensus and formal diagnostic criteria, or it has changed significantly over the years and there's no objective measure, it's very difficult to establish the incidence and implications of repeated mild traumatic brain injury in cohort groups in a longitudinal manner. So we'd have to actually establish a longitudinal database in order to develop those patterns, because it's unlikely that it's just a series of minor hits that lead to this. There's probably also some individual susceptibilities. There's probably some other environmental factors and cofactors which will be required to be identified to give us some studies. That'll be a well-designed longitudinal study that would require.
Yeah, I'm just more wondering if, in research terms, and I fully accept that this is going to take a while, but whether we could shortcut the process at least to some degree by assessing people against past activity based on current diagnosis.
I think you get a huge selection bias in that, I would suspect. Paul, would you agree? Because what that would do is that would miss the people who've been exposed to the same stimuli but didn't subsequently develop symptoms, which would mean that we wouldn't have a baseline.
There's no doubt you can perform that sort of study, and it's a particular sort of study design where you identify people, in the present day, then you go backwards and look at potential causes. But as Will says, I think there's a couple of issues here. One is the lack of reproducible sort of diagnostic criteria which go beyond sort of functional effects. But the second is, you rely on historic data. If you would be lucky, you might have attendance at hospital with some sort of associated medical records. But I think all of us who work in health realise how unlikely, going back in time, that's going to be available. Other than that, you rely on people's sort of, people's own memory, people's own recall about incidents in the past. So I think the lack of precision is quite a problem with that. The need for sort of, I suppose, ground truth in terms of diagnostic criteria is essential, really, I think, to perform meaningful studies that are not just an association, something that you've got a hope of, assessing causation in.
I accept you might not be able to assess causation, but at least you could look at population-wide correlations, couldn't you?
You can, but I suppose my point is whether that has enough meaning or to be able to use that in a I suppose in a sense to intervene. I guess it's probably true that you could say look at a cohort of all rugby league players, for instance, and compare them to people that don't play sport, and the incidence of of some sort of traumatic brain injury may indeed be more prevalent in that group. But that in itself doesn't really tell you whether it's the people who've had one big head injury, lots of small head injuries. Doesn't tell you anything about their predisposition or any confounders to that head injury as well. Do you play in the front row or in the back row? There are so many things that could potentially affect it. I'm sure you get a signal, but whether that signal is a useful one, I think, is in doubt.
Really, we'd be looking for modifiable risk factors. And that would be the key to identifying to make it safer.
Okay, and that's where you need things like the tracking of mouthguard information to actually get a track record of how many hits someone suffers over the course of a year.
Yeah, that's a way to quantify, accurately, the sort of inertia, the changes in force, changes in, direction with associated energy changes, that sort of thing. Yeah.
And could you just talk me through just quickly the individual susceptibility. Do we have a clear idea of how the individual makeup of people makes them susceptible to these types of injuries?
From my point of view, I think the answer would be no, not really.
Okay.
We don't even fully understand the process by which a single minor blow can then be more catastrophic with a secondary blow within the recovery period. The entire underlying pathology is not fully understood yet.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Senator Brockman, and thank you all for presenting. Really fascinating stuff. So thanks for your evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm now welcoming representatives of the Department of Health and Aged Care, the Australian Sports Commission and the National Sports Tribunal. Thank you all for appearing before the committee today. So we've got quite a few people here, and let's work through. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. So let's start with the department.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Brendan Murphy, Secretary of the Department of Health.
Travis Haslam, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Office for Sport within the department, Senator.
Marsha Somi, CEO of the Health and Medical Research Office within the department.
And John Boltby, CEO of the National Sports Tribunal.
Thank you. And then, and probably when the department is speaking, I think just to make it easy for Hansard, if you could say your name before you speak. Given we've got a few of you in the one room virtually.
Yes, we have also Dr. Andrew Singer, a Senior Medical Officer from the department, who happens to be an expert emergency physician in case there are questions in relation to acute management. But then, and then there's obviously the Sports Commission team now.
Okay, yes. So let's go to Dr. Singer. You want to just state your name and your capacity for Hansard?
Yes, Senator. So Andrew Singer, Principal Medical Advisor, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singer. And now the Australian Sports Commission.
Kieran Perkins, CEO of the Australian Sports Commission.
Thanks, Mr. Perkins.
Sorry.
So look, I'm now...
Sorry, Dr. David Hughes, Chief Medical Officer of the AIS.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Thank you all for appearing before the committee today. So look, I'll now invite each organisation to make a brief opening statement if you would like to do so, and then I'm sure we'll have some committee members to ask you some questions.
So, Senator, in the interest of time, the Department of Health feels that the opening statement would be best made by the Sports Commission, who are the experts in this space. We're obviously here to answer questions in relation to general health aspects or research aspects, and similarly the CEO of the Tribunal. But I think Mr. Perkins and Dr. Hughes will probably be the most valuable opening statements, so we'll pass over to them.
Okay, thanks, Professor Murphy. So, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you very much, Senator and Professor Murphy. And look, thank you to the committee for providing the Australian Sports Commission with the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. As the Australian government agency that's responsible for supporting and investing in sport at all levels, we know concussion in sport is a matter of growing community concern, and the ASC certainly shares this concern. While the Australian Sports Commission is not a regulatory authority and has no power to enforce compliance of regulations, we do play a critical role in guiding sporting organisations and the sector in relation to a range of issues impacting sport, including sport-related concussion. Our high-performance arm, the Australian Institute of Sport, recently updated the Concussion and Brain Health Position Statement, which was first launched in 2019 and endorsed by over 50 sporting and medical organisations. With the new information and resources targeted at athletes, parents and teachers, coaches and support staff, and medical practitioners, the updated position statement operates on a principle of an abundance of caution. If in doubt, sit them out. Where there is any suspicion of concussion, an athlete should be removed from the field of play and should not be allowed to return until cleared by a medical practitioner. And this position statement and associated resources have taken a big step in standardising the approach to concussion across sport in Australia. We know the important role sport plays in our community, and this is why the ASC is committed to working with our partners in sport and health to make sport safe for all. I'd now like to ask that I can hand over to AIS Chief Medical Officer, Dr. David Hughes, to address some of the technical issues that underpin the ASC's position.
Thanks, Mr. Perkins.
Thanks, Mr. Perkins, and thank you, Chair. As Chief Medical Officer of the AIS, I wish to restate that the AIS is concerned about the acute and long-term effects of concussion and is committed to optimising safety in sport. CTE is a histopathological diagnosis associated with repeated head trauma. The AIS, therefore, recommends treating each case of concussion with an abundance of caution on the assumption that in each case there is a risk of long-term consequences, regardless of the size of that risk. AIS is also aware, however, of an inaccurate perception in the community of the prevalence of CTE among athletes who have been exposed to concussion. To be clear, this does not diminish the AIS concern about CTE or its commitment to optimising safety. The truth, however, which is rarely stated publicly, although I was pleased to hear Melinda Fitzgerald address this, is that for the vast majority of individuals who experience concussion, the experience is transient, short-lived, and results in no long-term health consequences. In the majority of cases, with or without medical intervention, recovery occurs in about 10 to 14 days in adults and about 4 weeks in children and adolescents. Again, aligned with the evidence presented by Melinda Fitzgerald, concussion in sport is common. Conservative estimates suggest at least 100,000 sport-related concussions occur in Australia each year. That equates to at least 3 million cases over the past 3 decades. At the last report from the Australian Sport Brain Bank, published in 2022, there had been 12 cases of CTE confirmed in retired Australian athletes. We are not diminishing this or the importance of this, and while one case of CTE is too many, the AIS urges balance and perspective in reporting this condition. Public perception is that CTE is a common consequence of concussion in sport. It is not. This is not to trivialise the issue, but the Australian community has a right to understand the facts. There are concerning methodological flaws affecting many of the Sport Brain Bank studies conducted around the world. This relates to what is known as ascertainment bias. The overwhelming majority of people donating their brains to sport brain banks are those with clinical symptoms of poor brain health in life. This skewed recruitment leads to an elevated level of CTE detection among that donor cohort. Dr. Anne McKee from Boston University is the most experienced CTE researcher in the world. Dr. McKee stated, in relation to one of the largest studies by her own team, "This is a highly skewed population. We can't say from this sample whether the rate of CTE in pro players, that was NFL players, is 1% or what. We have no idea." Senators, it is important for you to understand that there are different types of brain donation banks. There are sport brain donation banks, which you've heard a lot about and affected by ascertainment bias, and there are non-sport brain donation banks like the Sydney Brain Bank. There are stark differences in the rates of CTE detected in sport brain banks versus non-sport brain banks. Sport brain banks frequently quote CTE rates among their donor cohort of between 50% and 99%. Studies from non-sport brain banks in Australia, the USA, and Europe have demonstrated CTE rates of 0.79%, 0.6%, and 0% respectively. Given the high proportion of the Australian population that has played contact or collision sport for 5 years or more, these results suggest that CTE affects a small proportion of those in contact or collision sports. I want to clarify yet again that the AIS is not dismissing or trivialising CTE, but perspective and scientific reality is important. In summary, CTE is not an inevitable consequence of concussion. Yes, there is a link between repeated head trauma and the development of CTE. However, the strength of that link and the manner in which moderating factors, which others have alluded to, such as alcohol abuse, recreational drug use, education exposure, past history of psychiatric illness, and genetic factors interact with repeated head trauma will only be discovered by appropriately structured, prospective, longitudinal studies that include a control group of individuals who have not been exposed to repeated head trauma. And that is why the AIS is collaborating in a study with the University of Canberra, the University of Newcastle, and the University of Sydney in one of the world's few long-running, longitudinal, prospective studies assessing the brain health of retired athletes. Senators, AIS urges decision makers to pause and reflect on the potential unintended health consequences of unbalanced reporting, which creates a level of fear and alarm in the Australian community which is not supported by current evidence. As others have alluded to, Australia has an obesity epidemic. 30% of children and 70% of adults are overweight or obese. Obesity in itself is a cause for dementia. This generation of children is likely to be the first generation for centuries that has a reduced lifespan relative to their parents. Individuals and organisations such as schools are deciding, and we have evidence for this, not to allow children and adolescents to be involved in team sports as a result of fear about long-term brain health. We should all contemplate what will be the net health impact on the Australian community of these decisions. There is abundant, irrefutable evidence that involvement in team sports provides enormous physical, psychological and emotional benefits, particularly for adolescents and young adults. Australia already experiences disappointingly high rates of dropout from sport among adolescents and young adults, particularly females. To conclude, AIS is concerned about the acute and long-term effects of concussion and is committed to optimising safety in sport. AIS encourages all parties, in good faith, to engage in scientific discussion on these issues in a manner that is generated by evidence, not fear. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Hughes. So is that it for opening statements?
Yes,
Okay.
Senator.
Great. I just wanted to let you know, just to clarify, you've got myself here as chair. We've got Senators Lydia Thorpe, Slade Brockman and Marielle Smith on the line. And I'm going to start off with some questions from Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you everyone for appearing today. My first questions are to the Department of Health and Aged Care. Why does the department provide so much funding towards the development of position statements, which are basically a mirror of the concussion in sports consensus statement?
Senator, we provided that funding to the Australian Sports Commission. Correct?
Yes, Senator Travis Haslam, Office of Sport. There has been 3 projects over time, starting back since 2014, investing through the Australian Sports Commission and the AIS to develop position statements. There has been evolutions of those given the evidence base and as Dr. Hughes mentioned earlier. So there has been further investment or additional 2 investments following the initial investment to support maintaining the additional evidence and providing advice to sport as a collective around the latest evidence, and also to support sports to make their own decisions in relation to that. And I'd highlight probably the engagement, not just with the sports sector, but also the medical sector that's part of those position statements, including the latest one that Dr. Hughes was mentioning.
Thank you. So the department granted $340,000 to David Hughes for the concussion and brain health project. Was that a competitive process?
Senator, just for clarity, that the funding wasn't granted to Dr. David Hughes. The Australian Sports Commission is part of the sport portfolio. It is a government agency. The Department of Health provided funding to the Sports Commission for delivery of those 3 projects under existing memorandums of understanding, where additional, I think, schedules, Senator Thorpe, were added to provide the additional work that was required by government.
So was that a competitive process?
No, Senator. No, Senator, it was not. It was under an MOU directly within, from the Department of Health to the government agency, being within the portfolio, leading on from the additional processes and advice previously provided.
Okay. So given that before its establishment, there was already a body of science available on the impacts of concussion and repeated head trauma. Why was so much funding given to the concussion and health project?
I think Senator Brendan Murphy, Secretary, I think the department and government, obviously through its agency, the ASC, felt that there was clearly a lot of controversy in this area and there needed to be more work done. And I think I mean, there may have been a body of evidence, but I think it sounds to me like you have heard collectively that there is not a consensus on the evidence and there's still a lot more evidence to be obtained. So this was in response to concerns about this issue. Government obviously used its major government agency, which is a normal process. We would normally not engage a competitive process to engage our peak agency to do this work.
And if I can just clarify too that the $340,000 was not just for the update of the position statement, and we will be creating, resources, including, audiovisual resources, etc., associated with that. But that was part of the funding. But the funding was also was to contribute a control arm to the long-standing retired athlete brain health project being conducted out of University of Newcastle and University of Sydney, and by providing a control arm, which we're in the process of doing now, which of athletes who are operating at the elite level, who have never been exposed to concussion. So they're athletes mainly coming from sports like swimming, athletics, rowing. We are providing a control arm, which very few studies in the world have, and it greatly strengthens the rigour of that project.
Thank you. Aged care facilities have been bringing it to attention that they have noticed a lot of ex-footballers experiencing dementia. Is this being documented? And do you have any statistics you can provide on its prevalence?
I mean, if I can
I'll get Dr. Hughes, you answer. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, if I can speak to that, I don't know the reports you're talking about. I haven't seen any studies on that. But all I would say is when someone in a nursing home has dementia, in terms of what has been the etiology or the causation of that dementia, you're looking back at a lifetime of exposures to multiple factors, one of which has been involvement in sport. I mean, I think from my I think about 3/4 of the Australian public is what I understand has been involved in contact or collision sports, if you include netball and basketball in contact or collision sport definition, for 5 years or more at some stage in their life. So effectively, you could say that 3/4 of the population has had some exposure to the prospect of head trauma, but they've also been exposed to alcohol. They've also been exposed to a range of other factors that may contribute to dementia.
Yes, we've heard those kind of myths through the inquiry as well, Mr. Hughes. So my question was, and I think that it was quite clear here in that question, that aged care facilities have been bringing it to our attention that they have noticed a lot of ex-footballers. Like, we understand, people are going to have some kinds of head traumas along the way. I mean, I played A-grade netball for 20 years, so I probably got some too. But this is particularly healthcare providers saying that they've noticed a lot of ex-footballers experiencing dementia. Are you surprised by that? Would you be surprised by that?
I'm not surprised or unsurprised, Senator. It's these people have had a full life and they have dementia. The anecdotal reports of people from aged care facilities, with due respect, doesn't really add any scientific information to the discussion. If you're proposing that someone should do a study on that, then that may be a good idea, but I don't think I can comment on what are anecdotal reports that don't, at this stage, have a scientific basis.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's quite likely that some of these people have undiagnosed CTE. Do you acknowledge this possibility? And if you do, what are you doing about it?
Senator, I think it's quite possible that any person or any individual might have CTE, or they might have an age-related tauopathy, or they might have Alzheimer's disease, or they might have some other neuropathological disease. They could have CTE, that's one possibility, but I'm not sure what you want me to do about that, Senator. I don't have any, this is the first I've ever heard of this report. It's an anecdotal report, and I'm not doing anything about it right now. So if something, that will be the decision of others as to something happens in relation to that.
Thank you. So back on the department, are you as a department aware of the correlation of concussion and repeated head trauma with CTE? And are you taking any steps that can help us to further understand this connection?
Well, Senator, the department has obviously been involved in funding the work of the ASC that you heard, and we've also funded some research projects. So, so beyond that, I think you have in our submission evidence of the research projects we've funded, and we're happy to talk to those. But I think, as Dr. Hughes has more eloquently than we could say expanded, this is still an area of some controversy and where there needs to be a lot more evidence and properly accumulated database. So I think more beyond that, there's nothing much else I can add.
Just on that, from the department, how long has the department been aware that there's an issue with concussion in sport?
I think as long as this has been known about in the medical fraternity, which is obviously many years, there's certainly been, so we have been observing the accumulating literature as everybody else has. So, but as I said, we've obviously been more interested in recent years, which has led to the funding of these specific projects, both with the NHMRC and the mission, and the funding for the commission. So for a long time, we could have to take on notice for how long we've been aware of it, but it's probably as long as it's been something that's been in the scientific and public domain.
So since the 60s?
Let's take on notice for the first time we've been aware of it. I can't go back and look into the distant past, Senator.
We have evidence from other witnesses that concussion in sport has been around from the 60s. So it'd be great if you could put on notice how long the department have been aware and what they've done as a result of being aware that this has been a problem. That would be fantastic. Thank you. And my next question, I'll give the department a little break now. I'm going over to Mr. Bulkby at the National Sports Tribunal. What involvement have you had with concussion-related disputes?
John Bulkby, CEO of the National Sports Tribunal. The answer is, in our short period of existence of 3 years, we have had no involvement, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. That's my one and only question for you. Can I keep going, Chair? I've got some for the Australian Sports Commission, just actually one.
For another 5 minutes, but Senator Brockman has got some as well, and we do need to wrap at 4.
Okay, sure. So to the Australian Sports Commission, who I must say privately I'm a bit of a fan. I used to watch you, so I just want to thank you for being here. So I won't give you a hard time. You are supporting prospective trials, which effectively means that we won't have evidence to work with for quite some time. And it kicks the can down the road on an issue which needs action now. Why do you not support retrospective research when we have deceased of data which can be looked at?
I will hand over to Dr. Hughes to talk specifically about the research, but what I would, from a position perspective from the ASC, reinforce is that we have for quite an extended period of time been aware of the challenge and have made sure that there are guidelines in place to help deliver an abundance of caution in the management of concussion. And I think it's fair to say that when you look at the evolution of sport over the last few decades, the way that sport treats concussion today compared to the way that it was treated historically has changed dramatically. And there is certainly a lot of work that's been done by us and others within sport to address and drive that forward. The challenge of being able to retrospectively or prospectively research, though, I'll refer to Dr. Hughes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Perkins. Yeah, look, I think it's, I would say there is definitely no kicking the can down the road. As I said in my presentation, we are treating every case of concussion as if there is the potential for long-term effects. So the future evidence won't change how cautious we are unless there's some evidence that suggests we should be more cautious than we currently are. But at the moment, we're treating every case as if there's a potential. So we're operating out of an abundance of caution. As I think Melinda Fitzgerald indicated, there are no shortcuts for doing good research. If you really want to, there are more unknowns about CTE than there are knowns. And to be clear, the ASC and the AIS has acknowledged the link between repeated head trauma and CTE, but there are many unknowns about why do this small proportion of people get it, what makes them predisposed to getting CTE, and it's almost certainly an interaction between repeated head trauma and some of those modifying factors that I've already outlined. So the only way that you'll be able to thread out that complex relationship between repeated head trauma and those modifying factors is to undertake a longitudinal prospective study. The one that we're involved with at University of Newcastle and University of Sydney has been running, I think, since 2012, so for 10 years, and there will be follow-up. And we've I think one of your presenters earlier mentioned the lack of evidence in females, and the AIS has just won another research grant from the International Olympic Committee to introduce a female arm into that same study, because we agree that there's a lack of evidence on in relation to females in sport. So we'll be strengthening the study even further with that additional funds that comes from the IOC.
Excellent, great. So Dr. Hughes, while I've got you, you were a contributing author to the consensus statements. Considering individual
Which consensus statements, sorry?
So these are the consensus statements in relation to statement of the sports, the international consensus statements.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, my apologies. Do you acknowledge that CTE exists?
I've just done that about 3 or 4 times, Senator.
You have. So to you as a medical doctor, do you think that exposure to concussion for children at a young age can have long-term neurological consequences?
I don't think there's any evidence for that at this stage, but I think we all operate with an abundance of caution. But as previous researchers have pointed out to this inquiry, in the age group 12 and under, concussion is common. They present, children present commonly, particularly to the paediatric emergency departments, but less than 25% of those concussions are related to organised sport. So if you're going to stop people, children under the age of 12 engaging in team sports where they may be susceptible to concussion, I think you've also got to stop them climbing trees. You've got to stop them riding bikes. You've got to stop them skiing, riding horses, and riding skateboards. And I think, again, as I mentioned in my presentation, I think we all need to pause and reflect, is that going to be a negative, positive or negative effect on their overall health?
Absolutely. I think it's just about keeping everyone safe in everything that they do, right?
I agree.
So,
Senator Thorpe,
yep,
last question for the moment. We might have time to come back to you, but Senator Brockman's got some questions.
Last question, thank you. Where do you get your return to play protocols from, saying that people need to be symptom-free for 14 days before returning to play?
From reading widely and making, there are lots of different return to play protocols. The reason that the AIS landed on this, and we've had some people suggest to me that we're too conservative on that it's too strict on children. But the way we've looked at it here is that I noted when I've been at the AIS about 10 years, and when I first got here, we have basketball and volleyball, and we have rugby camps come through here, and we did note that individuals, we were seeing some people getting concussed, returning under the protocol that was then there, and getting concussed, getting a second concussion in what was considered too short a time frame. So I was concerned that they were returning too soon. And every concussion is different. So for some children who get concussed, and we're talking about adolescents here at the AIS, it's mainly adolescent medicine. For some people, they'll get concussed and they'll feel 100% in 2 days. Now, we still will not let them back for 14 days after they've been symptom-free. But for some who might have symptoms that go on and off for, say, 3 weeks, we would not then say in 3 weeks and 1 day, you're ready to go. We would say, okay, you've had symptoms on and off for 3 weeks, so therefore you can go back to contact or collision activities in 5 weeks. And my personal anecdotal experience is since we introduced that, we're almost seeing it's very rare for us now to see a recurrent injury in the several weeks after that primary injury. So I'm very confident that's a policy that's operating on an abundance of caution and actually delivering good health outcomes for our athletes here at the AIS.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. No further questions from me.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Perkins, what's your role in assisting grassroots community sporting organisations talk to their participants' parents, and I guess not falsely reassuring them, but getting a balance into this conversation? Because I think a lot of people hear this conversation, hear this research through a lens of elite sport, where you've got people in high contact sports for years, sometimes even decades, which is anecdotally at least seems to be different in nature and quality to the average community sporting event. What's your role in seeing the reality of this conversation spread to this community sporting sector?
Thank you, Senator. Look, the Australian Sports Commission, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we're not a regulatory body, so we don't hold any authority to enforce or drive specific delivery of rules within the sporting environments, though those rules are ultimately managed by the governing bodies of each sport. What our role, however, is to provide information, advice and support for Australians in relation to sport matters, and we do this across a number of different areas, including concussion. And through that, an example, as we've discussed, is a concussion and brain health position statement, which is available on our website, as well as practical guides and education information for different cohorts like athletes, parents, teachers, coaches, medical practitioners and others, to enable them to find a balanced resource to be able to draw from. I think one of the things that the Australian Sports Commission holds as a very unique position in our country is that we are a group who holds no bias and no allegiance to any specific area. We are here to strategically support the entire sports system, from grassroots participation through development of athletes into their elite environment, and with no particular bias for any particular sport or physical activity. We just want to see more kids active and see us performing well on the international stage. And so that role does require us to ensure that we do provide balanced, pragmatic support, the education that is needed, and it's a role that we play in providing our guidelines and those pieces of education. But in terms of enforcement or trying to drive a very specific requirement through different community environments, that is well beyond our mandate or legislative ability.
Dr. Hughes, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add something there, Senator Brockman. Thanks for your question. I think as Mr. Perkins has pointed out, there are specific resources that are downloadable for a whole range of people across the community. One of our aims was to ensure that it didn't matter whether you're the coach of the Mount Isa under-8 hockey team or you're the head coach of a professional football team. Everybody has access to the same information. Since we launched this website in 2019, there's been thousands of downloads of the various materials, including guides for teachers, and we've had hundreds of thousands of views of those resources. I've had the pleasure of attending some educational conferences where the main delegates at the conference are school principals and school teachers talking about head trauma, and I sat in the audience with no one knowing who I was, and I was very pleased to hear several people at a couple of things I went to saying that the AIS position statement is that they consider the source of truth. It's trusted, particularly in our 2019 policy being co-branded and supported by the AMA, the Australasian College of Sport and Exercise Physicians and Sports Medicine Australia. And there's a lot of trust in our resources, and I do believe they are trickling down to the grassroots, but we've always got room for improvement. And with this latest tranche of funding from the Department of Health, we'll certainly be looking to make all of our resources on that website more interactive and more user-friendly.
I'm very conscious we're about to run out of time, Chair, but just one more quickly, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice if it requires a longer answer. But do you have any sense of the current level of awareness at that community sport level? Are we reasonably confident that these conversations are happening at the level of community sporting clubs, that parents are aware and having these conversations? I mean, anecdotally, I've had these conversations, but how confident are you, Mr. Perkins, that these conversations are happening at the level of community sport?
Look, I would say that one of the things that is true of sport in this country is that it is an incredibly broad church, and there is a very diverse industry that we're referring to here. So trying to provide one generic answer will always be anecdotally missing parts of the system. What I would say, though, confidently, is that in those sports where repeated collision is a very core part of the way that sport is delivered, this conversation is happening regularly and repeatedly. And as an example, I would give the work that Rugby Union, I think it is, has done with their blue card system, where coaches, umpires and people who are administering sport at all levels are aware of the need to be on the lookout for assess athletes through the way that they're behaving, not only in the core ball handling moment, but the entire time that they're on the field. And if anybody is showing symptoms of concussion, they can be presented with a blue card, which then triggers a process for assessment, clearance from a medical practitioner before then having to spend a period symptom-free after that clearance to be allowed back onto the field of play again. And that is only one example, but I do think that this is a very broad conversation. And what I would add to it, in recognition again to Dr. Hughes's opening statement, it's an incredibly important conversation we need to continue to drive, because there have been some very significant reactions from areas of the community where they are withdrawing from sport and withdrawing their children's access to be able to play sport. And right at this point in time, we would not be confident that that's actually the best social health, both physically or mentally, for those people. Finding ways to ensure that we better manage concussion and reduce its likelihood, while ensuring that children still have open and easy access to be physically active, is certainly a position that we would want to see perpetuated.
Can I just put one more on notice to Dr. Hughes? Dr. Hughes, I don't know if you heard it, but I had a discussion with the previous witness about the Dunedin study or other longitudinal studies, whether any of those have been interrogated for any signal. I don't need you to answer that now. I know we've run out of time, but if there's anything you can add in that regard, I'd be very interested.
Happy to do that. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Brockman, and thanks for taking that on notice and the other questions on notice. So if you could get responses to the questions on notice back to the Secretariat by the close of business on the 22nd of March, that would be really appreciated. We're reporting to the Senate on the 21st of June. So thank you all for appearing today. And in fact, thank you to all witnesses who appeared, to Hansard, to Broadcasting, to the Secretariat staff for their assistance, and for my Deputy Chair, Marielle Smith, for filling in for me for most of the day. And to everyone who's taken part. So the committee now stands adjourned.
Thank you.